I just had an idea. I could sit here and I could watch this bird, and we could pretend that you're watching a nature documentary and I'm narrating it for you. Of course, I don't know all the names of these animals, so I would have to make them up. Here we have the white-coated marmoset. Observe him as he peers around the trees in search for food. Behold the long tail, which actually exceeds the length of his body. This monkey's just chilling. Alright, come on, give me something to work with. Beautiful Amazon River. One of the longest and widest rivers in the world. This body of water is one of the greatest hotbeds of life on planet Earth. Why am I talking in a shitty British accent? Now, maybe I should use a country accent. Now, here we've got the Amazon River. This is a river spanning many miles and at times miles across. Deep in this rainforest, there's more life per square foot than you'd find in most states. In the early mornings of the rainforest, the dew will precipitate and form clouds above the canopies. Thus leading to precipitation in the afternoon. Now, if you ever been in the woods, being in the jungle ain't too much different. It's just that it's a bit more exotic. You might see bugs that are a little bigger than you might see back home. Now, back home we get some pretty big bugs, but down here we're talking prehistoric critters. Yes, before I start, okay, yeah, I'll go open the garage door. Well, I guess it was fortuitous that I've just been sitting here fucking around. I'm gonna go open the garage door real quick. I'll be right back. back. Let's get started. Shadow work Saturday? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, let's go back over shadow work. So it'll be a good refresher. It's been a while since we've done that one. Yeah, that's the good thing about having a library of presentations, is that you can just cycle through them and then go back to one that you did before, and then it's time to refresh. I try to learn something or like gather new insight every time I revisit a presentation. Shadow is a bitch. Dude, the thing about your shadow that's so intimidating is you feel like I have to fight it, and that's why you're frightened of it. But in reality, you gotta hug it, which isn't as scary. It still might be scary, but it's not as scary as having to fight. What would you say is scarier? Having to hug something or having to fight something? The shadow work is all about embracing the shadow self. Both? I don't know. I feel like the one that implies physical violence is objectively scarier. I have to accept her. Yeah, because she's a part of you. And until you accept her, you're never going to fully accept yourself. Don't forget the reason why we judge is so that we can feel better about our own judgment of ourselves. We judge ourselves by judging others. I grew up in a non-hugging, kissing family. Like, we never showed love that way, so it's a bit hard for me to, like, show physical affection towards others. Well, Goobarts, consensual hug. You have a free one-time use coupon with me. Consensual hug. I pride myself on my hugging abilities, okay? I'm a good hugger. All right. We're back. Let me get some music going. I was kind of liking the DMC. That was like that meditation music mix. This is pretty cool. Turn it down a little. Testing. 1, 2, 3. How do we sound? Is the sound crew here today? Did anybody from the sound crew show up? I might not have had them scheduled to come in on the weekend. Is anybody from the sound crew here? How do I sound in the back? Can you hear me in the back? And there's no, like, an echo or anything? There's, like, no reverb? I mean, a little bit of reverb, because, you know, reverb's nice. It's soft, but okay. Ain't nobody gonna accuse me of being soft. I'm joking. Hello, welcome back. Hello, welcome back. It's Saturday. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. I'm your host. Call me whatever you like. See, I'm fine with whatever. I'm fine with any title, any pronoun, whatever it might be. I'm just happy that you're talking about me. You know, I've had people come in here and call me Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain, Mr. Domain, and that's perfectly fine. I'm okay with I'm okay with any of it. It all works for me. How do cats' purrs have healing properties? Also, just a moment to say thank you to the clippers. If you take a clip, odds are I'm probably going to end up making it into a featured clip, especially if you give it a little title that says what the clip was. Because Twitch won't really show your clips to people unless you feature them, so if you get a good one, more likely than not I'm going to feature it, so it'll get posted to my clips section and more people will see it on their feed and stuff. So just... yes? Is this all for me? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll take it. I had a tuna sandwich earlier, but yeah, I'll eat this.
My Twitch check-in. I was like, oh, I'm just so hungry. I just help it.
She said no leftovers. She brought me Popeyes. always recommend people to learn self-hugs. Good point. Good point. If you feel uncomfortable hugging somebody else, practice hugging yourself. Because the thing is, for the first few seconds, it'll feel weird. It's like, why am I hugging myself? Why am I doing this? This is weird. Am I crazy? Like, why am I doing this? But then if you just hold it for a little bit beyond that, you know, like 20 seconds, and you get past that initial awkwardness, you kind of forget that you're holding yourself, and you just start to feel held. And it feels good. So as weird as it sounds, because I get it, it sounds weird, hugging yourself, like, okay. But no, it's actually very helpful in helping you regulate yourself. In fact, a lot of people do it not knowing that they do it. They just do it while they're sleeping. They just kind of will wrap their arms around themselves. Just so you know. We like to be touched in a polite, calm, friendly way. It's called the mammalian touch response, and it's present in all mammals. It's also present in some non-mammals, but we are mammals, so. But no, like, it's why dogs like to be pet. It's why cats like to be pet. We like to be pet. I hold myself, it's a little strange. I don't think it's a little strange when you actually think about it, because most people do it whenever they fall asleep. They're always like tangled up in their limbs. It's a good way to regulate your nervous system. And a little bit of nervous system regulation goes a long way when it comes to how you are feeling mentally. Well, look who decided to show up. What's up, B. Wayne? I was actually, before the stream started, I was just fucking around in the chat, and I was role-playing like we were in Office, and I was like, I don't know if I remembered to schedule a moderator for the weekend shift. And then I was joking that call no-showed. And that's why Cutie Cheeks had to come in. It was to cover for you. We were RPing. You're not a real mod. Just because you don't do any work doesn't mean you're not a real mod. You're like, that's like saying just because you don't do any work doesn't mean you're not a middle manager. There's tons of middle managers who don't do shit. Doesn't mean they're not middle managers. The question is, how do cats' purrs have healing properties? It has to do with, well, first off, it's the rhythm, it's the vibration, it helps to regulate. That's what cats do it for, is to help regulate their nervous system. Because cats are very sensitive creatures. They've got a very finely tuned nervous system because they feel this gap in biology that they are both predator and prey. So they have senses that are honed to hunt, but they also have senses that are honed to avoid danger. Unlike some larger animals who just don't really have to worry about getting eaten by anybody else. Anyway, cats are very sensitive creatures. So they have a very finely tuned, very aware nervous system. You've probably noticed this. They're always flicking their ears. They're always reacting to something that's going on around them, whether it be a little noise or leaves rustling outside. They're very finely tuned. And so the reason why they purr is to help regulate that nervous system. Whenever they want to calm down and relax, it gives them something to draw all of their awareness away from, like, because they've got all these whiskers, they've got all, they're to draw that awareness back in. So What could we do? Have you ever tried humming to yourself? Have you ever sat there and just gone, It's actually kind of relaxing. Because it turns your focus away from other stuff and it just kind of, it feels nice. So when they say cats' purrs have healing properties, I would just say a lot of it has to do with just the way that it regulates the nervous system. When the nervous system is properly regulated, your healing properties that are natural to your body will be more effective. Because if you're not dealing with like higher levels of stress or you're not distracted, your body can redirect and focus more of its energies onto healing. So it's not that they heal you, it's that they enable your body to get more out of its natural healing processes. Must be overwhelming to be a cat. No, because they just regulate. They're very good at relaxing. In spite of being so finely tuned and so aware of their environment, they are also incredibly good at relaxing. I feel like this is why people who are more easily like stimulated through sensory means, like if you have a highly tuned nervous system, because this does exist in people as well. They would call you a highly sensitive person. Basically just operate at a baseline higher level of awareness of your nervous system. We relate to cats because they're similar in that way. Perception 100, I call it. Yeah. Before I started putting my skill points into luck, I put all of my skill points into perception. The Antichrist cat broke in my room. That's fucking rude. That's rude of him to do. Your room of all places? You should pray for him.
Hi everyone, welcome to Pet Circle. I'm Carla. Today I'm going to discuss how and why cats purr. First, let's talk about how they purr. The process starts in the brain, where rapid neurological signals are sent to the throat, causing it to twitch quickly up to 100 vibrations per second. As the cat inhales and exhales, the air moves past this vibrating muscle and it causes that purring noise. Why do they purr? Purring is sort of like smiling. You usually smile when you're happy, but you also might smile when you're nervous, stressed, or trying to cheer yourself up. Just like smiling, purring releases endorphins and has a self-soothing effect on cats. So typically cats purr when they are content, happy, or relaxed. But they also might purr sometimes when they're sick, in pain, or stressed. For example, mother cats often purr when they give birth, which
See, because it's a way to try to bring them back down to like a more regulated state, you know what I mean? Like, they do it when they're happy, but then they also do it when they are trying to make themselves feel more relaxed or feel happier. It's a way that they self-soothe. It's actually pretty cool.
may act as a natural pain relief. Did you know there are health benefits to purring? The tremor caused from purring applies a gentle rhythmic pressure on bones, which can actually help strengthen them. This discovery has inspired research into human technology, and similar tremor therapy has been used in astronauts to help maintain muscle mass and bone density in low gravity environments. So next time your kitty decides to sleep on your chest and purr loudly at 2 a.m, maybe let them. It could be
I'm sorry, did she just say that cats could survive in space because they don't need gravity? Oh my god, when we go and we live in space, we can take our cats with us. Oh my god. I love that. Can you imagine a cat in space?
benefiting your health. That's all from me. I'm Carla. Thanks for watching, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Carla. Thank you, Dr. Carla. So that's how cats' purrs have healing properties. I find them to be relaxing. Like, isn't it just so nice whenever a cat comes and, like, lays on you and just starts purring? Like, even if you don't like cats, you can't say that you don't like it if a cat comes up and just sits on you and starts going... Cat is so sensitive, he legit needs my cramps. I've had cats come and massage me on the back before. Like they could recognize I was tense or something, and they're just like... Because cats are so sensitive to their environment, they're also really sensitive to changes in you. And so they might be aware of stuff within you that you don't even realize that they understand. So like if you're in physical pain, they probably know. If you're sick, they probably can tell. Whenever a cat comes up and lays on you and starts purring, it's trying to vibe check you. It's trying to help you reset your vibe. In learning how to throat sing, I've also learned how to kind of like vibrate my throat in that way. It's much harder, like cats can do it naturally, but to learn how to do it as a person is kind of hard. Because we don't have the same type of muscles for it, and you have to kind of make yourself do it actively, whereas they can just do it like breathing. My cats don't really purr much. They might not need to. Like my cats do it whenever they're relaxed or they're just chilling. But you know what I've found is funny is that sometimes if I go up to my cats and I start going they'll start purring more. They're funny. What is the nervous system? Sounds kind of like me. The nervous system is how your body knows what to do. Your brain controls all of the functions of your body, and the nervous system is how it communicates with those different parts of your body. If you want to learn more about this, I would go and check out the VOD that I did. There's a VOD about the nervous system and breath work, and we went through all the parts of the nervous system and we really broke it down. But it was a quick recap. as a quick recap, your nervous system is your brain, your spinal cord, and all of the nerves that are extended from your spinal cord. So your brain and spinal cord, we call it the central nervous system, and then everything outside of that we would call the peripheral nervous system. Now, now, within your nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, that blue part of your nervous system, you have parts that control your movement, and that's how you're able to move. It sends signals to your muscles. And that's what we call the somatic nervous system, but that's not really important for what we're talking about as far as emotional regulation. So within your nervous system, there are parts that you don't really control. And we call this your autonomic nervous system. Kind of sounds like automatic, but it's a little bit different of a word. And there are two parts of that, your parasympathetic and your sympathetic nervous system. The parasympathetic is stuff that makes you feel relaxed. And the sympathetic nervous system is the parts that make you feel agitated. So when we want to try to regulate our emotions by stimulating our nervous system, what we want to do is activate the parasympathetic nervous system. And we can do this by breathing in a relaxed way. We can do this by having a snack. We can do this by stimulating certain nerves. And what this does is it helps you relax. So that's the nervous system. That's the nervous system. It's a really important thing to understand if you are trying to work on yourself or you're trying to, improve your mental wellness. It's really important to understand those systems, because when we understand those symptoms and how we can affect them in different ways, it makes such a difference in terms of how you feel. Did anyone hear from Gemma Post-Belton? Oh yeah, she said her dad was okay. She said her dad was alright. Which means the prayers worked, so mark one down for prayer. Prayer 1. Something really interesting to think about, the power of prayer in regard to human psychology. Because if something's going to happen, or if you want something to happen, you pray for it. And if it does happen, the prayers worked. But if it doesn't happen, well, maybe we didn't pray hard enough. Or God works in mysterious ways. Prayer and manifestation are actually really closely related. It's a way to set your intention, and it's a way to plan for a potential future. Why do we sometimes ignore good advice even when we know it's right for us? This is a great question. This is a great question. Because most advice goes unlistened to. And the simple explanation for this is that we would prefer it to be our idea. We wish that we were the ones that came up with it. We don't really like to be told what to do. We like to do what we do because we decide it's what we should do. And so if someone else tells us to do a thing, even if it's a good thing for us, there's going to be a part of us, maybe a part we're not entirely aware of, somewhere in the back of our mind that says, yeah, but I'm going to try it my way first. So this is the art of therapy, is getting someone to a conclusion, but doing it in such a way that they think that they came up with it, that it was their idea. This is why you don't just go to a therapist and they tell you what to do. They help you get to that conclusion on your own so that you know what it is that you want to do next. And then they empower you in making that decision. Ever since I mentioned tuna sandwich, I kind of want one. I just kept it simple. I just did tuna with mayo and some chili paste on wheat bread. Also, I'm making a beef stew. It's in the Dutch oven. Saturday is stew day. No, I didn't tell you it's tuna time. I said tuna time is a good idea for me. Getting use out of that Dutch oven. Oh, it's nice. I like it. I'm going to be using it a lot this winter. So, just for reference, clippers, like, if I answer a short question like that and I'm able to give, like, a decent answer in a couple sentences, a clip of that would be killer. Because at this point, going back and watching myself and making clips of myself, I would rather eat a shoe. Why do we tend to see patterns and meaning in random events even when there aren't any? Well, the reason why we do this is because our brains are wired for pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is what we base our entire mental processing on. You know, we recognize people, we recognize faces, we recognize other humans, so we're able to form a pattern around that. And we start to, learn who people are. We learn their names, we become closer to them, and we entangle our lives with theirs, and a pattern emerges within that. Patterns are everything to people. And we spend a lot of our time and a lot of our effort trying to find a perfect pattern for us. You might call it a routine, you might call it discipline, you might call it a schedule, whatever it is, it's a pattern. And so that's why we see patterns in things, is because we try to make patterns out of things. It's what we do, it's how our brain works. This is something that's fun to think about. So just think about your patterns. Think about the patterns that exist in your relationships, in your friendships. You know, if you go to a friend's house, like, do you tend to do similar things, or do you tend to sit in a similar place that you normally sit, or do you like to mix it up? Or like, patterns are fun. Like, when you realize just how important patterns are to our neurological processes, the way in which we think, you can have fun with them. And I say that recognition of your own patterns is a really important part of maintaining a healthy mind. It's what prevents you from falling into bad patterns, and it's what helps you to build better patterns. Soup season. Soup season's right around the corner, and I'm going to be making all the classics. I've been making beef stew because that one's been pretty popular lately. We're going to be doing chicken noodle. We're going to be doing chicken and dumpling. We might do a chicken gnocchi. We might do a loaded baked potato. We might do a chili. Some people get excited for football season, some people get excited for baseball season, some people get excited for the new season of their favorite show. I get excited for soup. I get excited for soup season. The soup I'm making today is a chuck roast, so it's going to be like a beef stew. It's got red potatoes, it's got carrots, it's got celery, it's got onion, plenty of seasoning. If you ever make a beef stew, my recommendation, if you want to really knock the flavor up to the next level, either mustard powder or like Dijon, like a spicy mustard, a little bit of spicy mustard in there, some Worcestershire sauce, maybe some red wine. Mustard powder is seriously like an underrated ingredient. It, like, if you ever want to like take your food to another level of like savoriness, because it doesn't make it taste like mustard. It just gives it some more of that umami. Red wine every time? Hell yeah. But if you don't have red wine on hand, there are some workarounds. Also, some tomato paste is really nice. Just like one little can of tomato paste, you throw that in with your roast. Alright, Schnurfy Goob knows what's up. Schnurfy Goob knows what's up. It's like real recognizes real in this community, and like I respect the culinary arts. I saw a post that said you can really tell a lot about somebody's ability to cook by when they put their onions into the recipe. Yep. If you're cooking like a big piece of meat, like a steak or a roast or something, and you're searing it in a pan, like, don't just rinse out that pan. Like, that is pure flavor at the bottom of that pan. You gotta deglaze that puppy. The best sauce you'll ever have is the one that's in your pan. And the thing about deglazing is you can do it with just about any liquid. You can do it with water, you can do it with wine, you can do it with beer. You can do it with broth. I have a butter-free cursor. Is that good or bad? I can't tell. Health-wise, yes. Flavor-wise, no. Life isn't fair. Society isn't fair. You can be fair. And we can surround ourselves with fair people. But society as a whole and Mother Nature, they aren't fair. That is true. I work my ass off every day trying to bring money home, and I know tons of content creators putting in the grind, blood, sweat, and tears trying to make it. Yet, like a speck of dust in the universe, some random chick goes viral just for saying one line, "Hawk Tuah, spit on that thing." I'm gonna speak to this once I finish the question. And this might give you some relief. I mean, it didn't really give me relief, it was just kind of like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Now she's got instant fame and makes more money in a year than my whole family combined while I sit here full of jealousy, studying so I can pass this disgusting discrete mathematics class so that I can get a good grade and get computer science degree, not just get a job and have an AI Hawk Tuah on my grave. Life is not fair. Alright, first off, let's not compare ourselves to others. That doesn't really help us. Of course, there are going to be people out there who are able to take advantage of the system as it exists, and then there are people who have to work hard to get what they have. But I feel like working hard is what gives you a real sense of accomplishment. It's more character defining than just having things handed to you. But that is beside the point. The point of the matter is that this is an industry plant. It wasn't just random that this person was selected to be famous. They are trying to create a famous person. The people that prop her up through, like, corporate means. So it's not real. It's not real, it's fake. It wasn't just some random person. This person was selected intentionally. Because some people in some back room somewhere said, what's a niche that we can fill in the internet marketing space? They're like, well, we don't really have a mildly sexually provocative country girl yet. We could really tap that market. Alright, let's find one. Let's create one. Like, this is stuff that business people talk about and think about and actually do. Like, don't be mistaken, it's not like conspiratorial. Like, if you hear somebody who's just famous now for some reason, it's probably somebody's nephew, somebody's cousin, somebody's relative within the entertainment industry, and they are just being insertive, and you're being told that this person is famous. Oh my god, they're so cool. It happens all the time. And this is just another example of that. So like I said, I don't know if this offers you relief, but at least offers clarity that it's not like, why did this person do this without ever actually having to work for it? That's still happening, but it's nepotism. Nepotism is the problem. So what do? Do we fall to despair, or do we keep talking about it and keep talking about nepotism and keep reminding people of what industry plants are so that people stop buying what it is that they are trying to sell us? You were put here for a reason, and that reason was not to despair. Okay? Forget that. Bill Mayer, however you want to call him. He's terrible. He's terrible. I put him up there with like Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson. He's up there with those fucks. I don't know those people. Good. Yeah. So here's the thing. Having money is nice, but having fame is not nice. If you're a famous person, it's really hard to have a peaceful life. You're always going to have people saying, "Hey!" or wanting to take a picture with you, or wanting to follow you around, or wanting to go to your house, or going to harass your family. So money is nice, but fame is not nice. There's a certain level of comfort to be found. Making enough money to have a comfortable life, but without being so famous that you can't go outside. This is why some of the VTubers I've hung out with are like, don't let anyone know who I am, because they don't recognize me. I've come to realize that I'm constantly discrediting myself. Well, cut it out. Even when I do well or achieve something, I find myself thinking, I'm not good enough. See, what I'm doing here is I'm giving your intrusive thoughts an annoying voice, and I'm not saying that you have an annoying voice. I'm giving your intrusive thoughts an annoying voice because that's a helpful way to deal with intrusive thoughts, is give them an annoying voice so that way you don't take them so seriously. Instead of it being your voice or your parents' voice or your boss's voice or some stern, strict, non-existing voice that you're just kind of making up in your mind, give it an annoying voice. So instead of, I'm not good enough, it's,
I'm not good enough. It wasn't that great.
It's the little voice in the back of your mind that's just complaining and nagging. It's like, shh. Who invited you? Get out of here. An annoying little thought goblin. Be gone. Am I in your head? No, I've spent long enough in my head that I understand pretty well how heads work. But I'm not going to say that I know how your head works. I just know really well how my head works. It's like no matter what I do, I can't fully acknowledge my own worth or abilities. Yeah, because 1 to 2%, like how much of a percentage of you would you give to that aspect of you? The part of you that's just like, I'm not good enough, that wasn't great. Like, how much of you is that? That might be a weird way to think about it, but I want you to think about it in that way. What percentage of you is that? Because it's not 100%. If it was 100%, you would be lying in bed, unable to get up and do anything, because you would be so down on yourself, you wouldn't even think, you know what, I can get up out of bed. You'd be practically in a coma. So we know it's not 100. It's probably not even 90. It's probably less than that. It's probably less than 50. So how big of a percentage is it? It's probably a smaller percentage than you would think, but it probably casts a big shadow, so it gives the illusion that it's a big part of you, because it creates a lot of stress within you, so it overinflates itself. I'd say it's probably 2% of you. It's just an annoying little guy. It's just a little thought goblin. We don't need to give it power over us. My boyfriend doesn't seem to look around and see it as a mess like I do. He just sits there surrounded by empty pop bottles and tissues and wrappers like WTF. I read pop bottles as poop bottles. Now that would be concerning. If they were poop bottles, I'm like, put your poop bottles in the poop bottle closet. Put them out in the shed. You don't need to keep them next to you. That's gross. I know that this makes you feel like I don't want to be this man's mother. But in this instance, your man needs that energy. So I would ask him, hey, do you mind tidying this stuff up? I'm tired of looking at it. Or take one of those little empty bags you have when you went to the grocery store. You probably have 100 of them because we've all got 100 of them. Take one of those little empty bags, those little empty shopping bags, and hand it to them. And they're like, what's this for? They're like, oh, I thought you could use it to clean up your area here. You got some bottles piling up. Thought you might want to... That's what I've started doing. I find it's much easier to just hand somebody something that they can use to clean rather than like ask them to clean. Just hand them a bag. Just hand them a little bag and say, here. And then they say, what's this for? And they say, what's this for? They're like, oh, I thought you could use it to throw some of that stuff away on your desk. Because that way it's not you telling them to clean. That's you saying, hey, we're cleaning right now. I'm going to go clean something else. You clean this. We're both cleaning right now. This is co-op. This isn't single player. He was never taught how to clean. We call that weaponized incompetence. I can't clean. I don't know how to clean. Motherfucker, cleaning is the easiest thing there is to do in the world. You take the trash, you put it in the bag, you wipe the dirt away. That's it. It's not hard. I don't want to hear any grown-ass man say, I don't know how to clean. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You know how to take a shower? You know how to wipe dirt off your skin? Then you can wipe dirt off of a table. It's not hard. Weaponized incompetence does not fly. You're a grown-ass man. You're telling me you don't know how to learn a new skill? You're telling me you don't know how to learn how to do a thing? I thought that's something that men prided themselves on, was developing new skills. You gotta teach them how to use the dishwasher and the washing machine. Don't put too much in it. Close the door and push start. It's something children know how to do. It's something children can do. It's something I've had to do since I was a kid. Like, it's not hard to learn. It's not hard to learn. I'm not trying to give him too much of a hard time. I just don't like the excuse of, well, I don't know how to do it. Then watch a YouTube video. Learn how to do it. You just don't want to do it, and you're leaning on the fact that you don't know how to do it so you don't have to do it. Anyway, I got a little heated about that. Because I don't really. That's one of those things that I have a hard time with. It's just when people are like, I don't know how to do this. I'm like, then learn. It's not hard to learn. I'm like, I had to learn how to cook for myself. I had to learn how to clean up for myself. I had to learn how to do those things. And it's not hard. You can learn how to do that stuff. It doesn't take a lot of time. It's not as hard as you think it is. It won't be bad. Don't worry. It'll actually make you feel good because you did a thing. Do it like you have to do it, right? You gotta do it like if you don't do it, nobody else is gonna do it. You can't do it thinking that somebody else is gonna come along and do the rest of it for you, or who's gonna finish it for you. I'm not saying I'm the cleanest mofo out there. See, here's the thing. We all have different levels of cleanliness. We all have different levels of comfort, you know, but I feel like whenever we invite people over or we have company over, it's like, okay, I'll tidy up a bit. Like, things won't be filthy, but I might do a little bit of tidying if I have guests. Questioner. Going back to this question, I got sidetracked with talking about weaponized incompetence. Questioner. When you do well and achieve something, and that voice pops up that says I'm not good enough or whatever it is, tell them shh. Tell them shh. What would you rather think in those moments instead? What are some things you would rather be thinking when you do well or achieve something? I did a good job. I'm proud of myself. Way to go, me. Reintroduce those thoughts to yourself in those moments of things. Something you can do right now to actually practice this is think about some of your wins. Think about some of the moments of success from your life. And look back on them and say, yeah, I did that. Even if it's the stuff that was hard, or even if it's the stuff that you had to get through. Recognize that effort. Recognize how far you've come. Recognize how much work you've put in. Print yourself out a certificate of achievement and put it up on your wall. I did the thing. There's trash all over the top of stove. The garbage is overflowing. And when I ask him to do stuff, he feels attacked. I need to have a conversation. I need to have a conversation with him. It's like, I feel attacked when I can't ask you for help without you telling me that you feel like you're being attacked. Like, no, I'm not. You're not being attacked. I'm asking for help. The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid. This isn't we're not blowing the horn that there's enemies at the gate. Your allies have arrived and they are asking for your assistance. You are not being attacked. Those are friendly flags on the horizon. Whenever you need somebody to do something, do you say, can you do this for me? Or do you say, can you do this? Or do you say, can you help me with this? It might be more... It might come across less of an attack if you're not telling him to do something, you're asking for his help in doing something. Because if you can't even ask for help in a relationship, it's like, where's the partnership? Like, hey, I'm doing some tidying. Can you help me? Can you clean this area up? That way you're not telling him to do something, you're asking for help. I don't doubt that he's a good partner, and I don't doubt that he wants to be helpful in your partnership, so maybe just phrasing it in that way would be more incentivizing. I think the phrasing is everything. Because we want to help each other. We want to be helpful. We want to be good helpers. That ties back to when we were kids even. Do you remember being a kid and wanting to be a good helper? You know, you saw adults doing stuff and you're like, I want to help. You know what I mean? You remember that? I feel like that's a part of who we are. We like to be good helpers. And so if you need something done around the house, or your partner, whatever, instead of telling them to do something because that reminds them of their boss, that reminds them of their parent, that reminds them of their teacher, but that's not who you are, and you don't need them to deflect those feelings onto you. So just instead, phrase it as, can you help me do this? Or can you help me by doing this? Yeah, I feel like this is something that you should have a discussion with him about. It's been upsetting you a lot. Well, I feel like when it's time for that conversation, for the sake of productivity, anger doesn't necessarily need to be a part of that discussion. Doesn't mean you can't be assertive, it doesn't mean you can't be direct, doesn't mean you can't be stern, but you don't need to be angry. Because when we're angry, we're not really as productive as we want to be. I haven't been wanting to talk to him about it. It's probably because you are envisioning it as a future fight. Maybe you are not trying to have a fight. But I would go into it not looking to have a fight. I would go into it looking to just have a discussion. An important conversation that should help your relationship. That should be something that you can both be motivated for. He always acts so sad and says he will do anything to be the right person for me. What is it that he thinks he needs to do? Does he feel like who he is at this moment is fulfilling what his words say? He stresses me out at 7 a.m. every day, asking me what I want for dinner. That's cute. That's cute. It's cute in a way. That's cute in a way. It's like he wants to communicate his love to you through his cooking. I think a good way to approach this conversation would be to talk about your love languages and to talk about the ways that you communicate love. And then talk about the ways in which you receive love. So that you can become more fluent in one another's love languages. I feel like that's a really important part of a healthy relationship. If you're feeling isolated and not talking to anyone in person, go do that. Go do that. Maybe that will motivate him to start doing more because he'll feel like, well, she's off hanging out with other people, so I gotta step my game up. I'm tired of being locked in this apartment. Good thing you got a key. Good thing you got a key for the place. I feel like it's completely reasonable that you guys can work through this and process this as a couple. I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to make things better for both of you. Totally reasonable, totally, understandable. Not major changes that need to be made. Nobody's doing anything too wild. This is stuff that can be mended. Just finishing my chicken tender. Casey said my Twitch check hit. I'm getting Popeyes. My mom was mentioning how she remembered her relationship with my dad, and she had to say, he would have you kids all week and think the weekends were his days off from taking care of you, and when I was traveling, he never cleaned the house like a stay-at-home spouse might do, working 80-hour weeks, then working nonstop on the weekend to take care of the children on the weekend. She didn't feel supported and wasn't. Right? And that's how it used to be in a lot of relationships back in those times. That's the patriarchy for you. I can't be raising kids. I can't be cooking. Cleaning? Those are feminine arts, and I can't practice those. I'm a man, therefore I can only practice the masculine arts, such as chopping wood. What else? Yeah, digging holes. What always gets me is when people say that certain things are masculine or feminine, and I'm like, why? But why though? Why is it that operating a sewing machine or washing a plate or cooking a meal or cleaning up after yourself. I'm like, why aren't those also masculine virtues? To me, like, part of what I view as being masculine is like when somebody asks you to do something, you're able to do it, and if you don't know how to do it, you're willing to learn how to do it. That to me is what being a man is all about. It's about giving it your best try. Yeah, and we wonder why all of these 50s parents were jacked up on proto Adderall. Like, how did housewives do it in the 50s where they would cook and clean and raise the kids and be good dinner hosts and all of this shit? They were cranked out. We had them cranked out, that's why. But we would just call it pep pills or diet pills or some other type of name. But yeah, it was just the precursor to Adderall. Just early amphetamines. Kind of makes you think, doesn't it? Here's the thing. If you, look, cutie cheeks, let's say you were in a post-apocalyptic scenario, you were in some sort of survival scenario like you see on TV and in the movies, and you found a baby, you would take great care of that baby. Because part of that worry that you won't be a good enough or attentive enough or caring enough or whatever it is, parent, is actually what will motivate you to be that thing. It's the parents who are flippant, it's the parents who are dismissive that aren't good parents. It's not the people who are concerned about their ability to be a parent. Those people actually make the best parents because they are motivated to try even harder to be a great parent. Funny how that works. Can I ask a question in chat? Yep. Even more than just that one. You can even ask a second one. Or a third one. You know, fire away. Yeah, I have to do up my hole puncher on your little question card. Because once you ask 9 questions, you get the 10th one free. Hi, I'm the questioner who submitted the other day about breaking up with my partner for essentially not being over their exes / spending quality time with women they've crushed on. Well, they're in Arizona now visiting one of the women they used to like, and TBH, I feel heartbroken and sad. I know I shouldn't be fixating on it. I mean, I'm a beautiful woman with a good personality and loads of potential and great things to offer. I've worked hard to acknowledge such, but there's still a part of me that is this deeply insecure 16-year-old who is terrified of abandonment, and she's so torn up and feeling like she wasn't enough yet again. Girl, he wasn't enough for you. He doesn't know what he's missing out on, alright? So this is just like, I don't know normal people who do this. I don't know normal people who do this. Say, oh, I'm going on a trip. I'm going to go visit a woman. Oh, don't worry. It's just someone I used to like. It's like, okay, but why are you on a trip with another woman? Why aren't you on a trip with me? Your actual partner. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. If he's should be on a trip with a woman, shouldn't that woman be you? This is just one of the fucked up manipulation tactics that guys will do to make you question your self-worth so that you're less likely to leave them. So just don't play his games, get out of there. This guy's a loser. He's a loser. Just wait until you find somebody that actually treats you properly. It'll be like night and day. You'll be like, oh my god, I didn't know relationships could actually be this good. I didn't realize that having this perpetual like worry and anxiety and fear wasn't a part of a relationship. That relationships can actually be comfortable and loving and welcoming. Oh my god, I had no idea that there didn't need to be so much suspicion and frustration in a relationship, because there doesn't need to be. So I'm a teenager and I want to try things like weed and alcohol and stuff. Stuff like that, I just don't really know if I should. Okay, here's the thing. I shouldn't tell... obviously I should say, no, you shouldn't because you're a teenager. But I also understand that teenagers are going to do what teenagers are going to do. So what I'm going to say is, if you do feel like it's something that you want to try, you're just curious about it, you want to try it, just try to be safe, alright? But also, don't push yourself. Because that's when bad stuff happens. You get too high, you get too drunk, and then you start creating troubles for yourself. I would also encourage you to wait longer, because your brain is still developing. Our brains aren't done developing until we're like in our mid-20s. And when you do too much drinking, too much smoking, when you're young, it can really affect your brain's development, and we don't want to do that. So just do your best to be safe. Just do your best to be responsible. That's all I can say. Like, obviously, I would rather everybody wait. I would rather everybody wait to drink or smoke until they were like 25, if I had the choice. But I'm also not dumb and I'm not naive, and so I know that people are going to do those things anyway, and also the laws are different in different places. So all I can say is just be responsible. Just err on the side of caution. Why do crypto millionaires keep mysteriously dying? And why do authorities claim many of these deaths are suicides even when the circumstances seem impossible, like being found dismembered or shot from behind, etc.? I don't know, maybe it's some Black Ops kind of stuff. I don't know. I haven't really heard much about it, but you definitely do hear weird stories about people who were found dead, and it turns out that's like, oh, they must have been murdered by like the FBI or the CIA or one of the intelligence agencies, or one of the, agencies under the Department of Justice or whatever. It's just like, I don't know. The people who maintain the status quo are very likely to act against people who go against the status quo. And I don't know, maybe they view people who are in the crypto space as doing that. Well, I haven't heard about this happening. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, I don't know. The crypto industry is an interesting one. I don't think crypto is anywhere close enough to being strong enough to affect the current economic system. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it's more just like the games billionaires play. Yeah, Fatty Woo, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You need to tell somebody about that. You need to report that. If that's happening, then you're being sexually assaulted. Yeah, I'm assuming you're being serious, so if you're being serious, I would tell someone about it. They don't understand, then tell more people. I know it's tough to talk about, but find someone that takes you seriously. There are people out there who will take you seriously. Find a teacher, find a doctor, find a nurse, find a police officer, find somebody that you can talk to. Chat, are we ready? Are we ready? Shadow work like shadow puppets? Yep, that's what we're doing today. We're gonna be making animals. Shadow work. We're gonna enter the shadow realm. I'm sending you to the shadow realm, Yugi boy. It's shadow work time. It's shadow work time. If you don't know what we mean when we say shadow, don't worry, we're about to tell you. Is this a new one? This is one this is a newer one. This isn't brand new. This isn't brand new. But it's newish. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've gotten a lot of therapy over the years, and I'm pro everybody getting the therapy they need, but it still hurts deep when the YouTube algorithm tells me I need therapy. Start a new YouTube account. Just start a new account with a new algorithm. You feel like you've seen this? You probably have. You know, even if you've seen this one, it's still good info and it's worth revisiting. Food heated, butt seated. Shadow defeated. But no, it's shadow work. It's not shadow fighting. We're not trying to defeat our shadow self. We are trying to integrate our shadow self. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Also, Baklava, you said you've gotten a lot of therapy. How do I compare? Whenever somebody says I've done a lot of therapy, I like to just ask them, like, how do I stack up? I like the affirmation, the validation. Anyway. Shadow work time. The shadow is a moral problem that challenges the whole ego personality. For no one can become conscious of the shadow without considerable moral effort. To become conscious, it involves recognizing the dark aspects of the personality as present and real. This act is the essential condition for any kind of self-knowledge. Carl Jung. There's a neat little picture here that kind of breaks it down. You have the persona, which is the face that you show to people. You have your consciousness, which is the light behind the persona. And then beneath that, you have the shadow. The things about you that you might not know that you don't know. So let's talk about it. What is the shadow? The concept of the shadow originates in Jungian psychology. These are the theories and the works of Carl Jung, who was a student of Sigmund Freud, who was his protege. And this refers simply to as the unconscious and repressed aspects of an individual's personality. The part about you that you either are unaware of, or the part of you that you are trying to keep down beneath the surface. The stuff you might not want to think about. You think it's problematic that on a work personality test, my leadership style came back as a dictatorial steamroller? LOL. No, I mean, somebody's gotta get this thing going. Somebody's gotta delegate. Somebody's gotta... If we're all just sitting around waiting, to find inspiration, somebody's gotta lead the charge. So, the shadow. The shadow consists of the thoughts, feelings, desires, and traits that a person has deemed unacceptable or socially inappropriate. It's a part of the unconscious mind, and people are often unaware that it exists, and they're also unaware of how it has influence on their behavior. So things that exist within the shadow could be biological impulses, it could be stuff that we're genetically driven to do, it could be things that we are repressing, it could be things that we don't want to accept about ourselves. There's a lot that can go into it. It likes to remain hidden from our conscious awareness, but it can manifest in various ways. One of the things that Jung emphasized was the tendency for people to project their own undesirable qualities onto other people. The things that a person dislikes or denies about themselves, they often will attribute to other people or to other situations. We tend to project our own insecurities onto other people, or we tend to judge people for things that we won't judge within ourselves. If we see somebody and they're being, we view them as being impatient or disconsiderate or whatever it might be, we're distracting ourselves from our own ways in which we can be impatient, inconsiderate, whatever it may be. So in order to recognize and integrate the shadow, you have to acknowledge that we make these projections. And the way that you do that, it's not difficult. The next time you find yourself judging someone outside of you, or judging a situation outside of yourself, try to recognize the things within you that you can also apply that judgment to. So if you're judging someone for, say, impatience, or being easily frustrated, or not picking up after themselves, recognize the ways that you also do that. And then work on those things. Work on them within you. Now, we're not saying that other people aren't those things. We aren't just projecting onto them. It's not like they don't actually do those things. It's that we don't really have the power and control to change them. And this exercise isn't about changing anybody else. It's about working on ourselves. So that's what shadow work is all about. Now, getting to talk to people and communicate things within them that you would like for them to work on, that's a different art form altogether. That's what you were talking about earlier. You're also mad at yourself for not being clean enough. Well, if it helps, I'm not mad at you for not being clean enough. I'm actually glad that you recognize that there are areas for improvement in your cleanliness habits. That I can work with, that I can celebrate. But I can't feel confident in cheering you on when you say you're mad at yourself for not being clean enough. That's not really helpful. I'm glad I noticed that I have room for improvement, because now I am empowered to do something about it. Just sitting here being mad at myself for something I'm not doing isn't really going to make me want to do it anymore. It's just going to make me feel worse about not doing it. But for some people, and that's the reason why we do it so much, is because sometimes it does work. Like, sometimes being mad at yourself for not doing something does eventually motivate you to do it, but there are better ways. There are better ways to motivate and encourage yourself to do something. So the thing about the shadow is that it is both a personal and a collective phenomenon, meaning that it applies to our individuality, our individual psychology, but it also can be applied collectively to humanity as a whole. So just like there are things that we are present and aware of within human nature, there are also things that are beneath the surface that we don't commonly think about or talk about or process in regard to human nature as well. Just think about how everybody bought all the toilet paper during the pandemic. There were people out there who are like, my butt is more important than your butt, so I have to buy all the toilet paper. I don't care if you have a poopy butt, my butt will stay clean. That, I would say, is shadow behavior. It's the way that we act when stuff gets outside of the norm. It's when people panic. It's when people, start acting like scared animals. And they feel like, I need to buy more guns, I need to buy more beans. So, on a personal level, we're talking about your individual experiences and the suppressed aspects of your psychology, whereas on a collective level, we're talking about shared cultural, societal, and historical elements that are collectively repressed. This could be things such as just the history of slavery in the United States, for example, or the other things that we've done to marginalize or, mistreat groups of people. The Native American genocide, the internment of Japanese American citizens, the treatment of Central American and Mexican migrants. The list goes on. What's the difference between suppressed and repressed? It's basically the same thing. For the sake of this conversation, it basically means the same thing. Jung believed that acknowledging and integrating the shadow is crucial for personal growth and individuation. Individuation means fully embracing and growing into you as the individual, reaching your full potential of what it is that you can be. Like, for the sake of the... Okay, since we're still talking about suppression versus repression, for the sake of this conversation, just assume them to mean the same thing, but I would say, like, contextually, suppression is something that you do to something else or you do to someone else, you suppress them. Whereas repression is something we do more to ourselves. We don't really suppress ourselves, we repress ourselves. But just for this... for the sake of this context, just use them interchangeably. In acknowledging the shadow and in integrating the shadow, this involves facing and accepting the darker aspects of oneself, rather than repressing them or projecting them. Integration leads to a more balanced and authentic personality. Is the shadow similar to the id? It's pretty similar, but it's a little bit distinct because I think it was Freud and Jung worked together. Like, Jung was a student of Freud and they were, they collaborated on a lot of these types of things, but then they did have some disagreements on some things. But I would say that Jung probably had a better explanation of what was actually going on beneath the surface. Because from the Freudian standpoint, the id is more like your animal drives, like, ooh, I'm hungry, ooh, I wanna, I need to sleep, I need to eat, I need to fornicate. The id, yes. The S, the Ich, and the Über-Ich auf Deutsch. But in English we say the id, the ego, and the superego. And in Freudian psychology, the id is like just everything underneath the surface. It's neither good nor bad, it's more primal, it's more animal than anything else. But what Jung does is he takes that idea and he expands upon it and he refines it a bit, and he says it's not just our animal impulses, it's not just our unconscious mind, this is also things that we hold on to. These are things we repress. These are things we're insecure about. These are things we project onto other people. And so this is his way of viewing it. It is the shadow self. I think my shadow personality might need to get tucked away in the closet with the skeletons for safekeeping. And in doing that, you will be locking away a part of yourself, and you'll always wonder, because embracing the shadow is seen as a step towards achieving psychological balance and wholeness. Jung argued that denying or ignoring the shadow self could lead to inner conflict, neurosis, or a lack of self-awareness. So let's talk about shadow work. First step is just acknowledging that the shadow self is in existence. There are aspects of your personality that you are unaware of, that are beneath the surface. What is also important is accepting that it contains both positive and negative aspects of the self. It's not just bad. There's also good to be found within there. Have you ever found yourself in moments where you were unexpectedly kind, unexpectedly patient, unexpectedly gratuitous, or whatever it may be? Have you ever found yourself in those moments? When it kind of surprises yourself, you're like, huh. Every day. I would say that those are aspects of the shadow self. Those things where it's like you do it, but you surprise yourself. You're like, I didn't think I could do that. I didn't think I had that in me. I didn't have that patience. I didn't have that empathy. I didn't have that generosity. My coworkers don't deserve my kindness, but you deserve to be a kind person. So, this requires a willingness to confront some uncomfortable or hidden elements to your personality. It can be frightening, it can be uncomfortable. But if you're trying to figure out who you really are to appreciate your most genuine self, it's something that you should do. And it's not even something, okay, so here's the thing. It's not something that you have to do any more than you aren't already like feeling prepared for. You can do a little bit, just a dabble, and then come back to it later. You know, you don't have, it's not like you're signing up for a 4-year course. It's not like you're signing up for a degree program in school. Shadow work is a deliberate and conscious exploration of your own unconscious mind in order to uncover the repressed thoughts, emotions, and traits that exist within you. How does that sound? Does that sound exciting? Does that sound enticing? Does it sound frightening? How does that process sound to you? Do you have an opinion on the shadow work workbook that was popular on TikTok for a while? I mean, it's a tool, it's a technique, it's a workbook. It's, I'm never going to talk bad about people who are trying to improve themselves. How do I even do that? Don't go anywhere. I'll tell you. 15 says this sounds intriguing. That's a good way to approach it. Does this sound intimidating? Does this sound concerning? Because it should be a little bit of both. It should be exciting, but also intimidating. Some of the deepest and most profound work you can do on yourself. I'm scared of what I'll find. You'll find sparkly diamonds. You'll find precious treasures. And you'll also find some stinky doo-doo. Kind of scary. It is a little scary, but depression is scarier. I'm sad that it'll hurt. In the same way that all healing hurts. You know, if you get a paper cut, if you get a bruise, if you get a scrape, if you break a bone, healing doesn't feel good. But being healed feels really good. Sounds fun, like what I'm looking for when doing hallucinogens. See, now we're talking. This is some of the reason why people will have bad trips when they're on psychedelics, is because it's like, uh-oh, shadow work time, I wasn't prepared for this. Unexpected shadow work time can be very stressful, and that's a big part of why people have bad trips. I don't know if I'll ever feel the relief of being healed. And should that, but should that stop you from working towards it? You will feel the sun, you will feel the warmth one day. Because the thing about feeling healed, the thing about feeling better, is that if you're used to not feeling good, if you're used to hurting, that's normal for you. And so feeling better feels weird. It feels strange. We're not sure how to process it. And so sometimes we go back to those old familiar pains because there's comfort in familiarity. I love bringing in thoughts that I don't want to see or talk about in the present to feel the emotions, thoughts about anger, jealousy, and hatred. That's a helpful technique to do. It allows you to better process those feelings whenever they come up within you unprompted. It's like doing a workout. It's like doing a certain type of exercise. It just makes you a better lifter, whatever your emotion that might be. Some of the processes that are involved in shadow work include introspection. That's the key here, is we're looking inwards. Introspection. Self-reflection, meditation, journaling. So, shadow work. Let's talk about how we do it. What we're doing here is we're recognizing and understanding the projections that we place onto other people. This is one aspect of shadow work. We have to examine our judgments. We have to examine our prejudices. We have to examine our strong emotional reactions towards others. You know, why is it that I feel so angry? Why is it that I feel so jealous? Why is it that I feel so frustrated or upset or whatever it is? Whenever you have a really strong feeling, ask yourself, why am I having this feeling? Just study it a little bit. Try to trace its path within your mind. See where it came from. See where it's going. I did some shadow work. I got deep hatred for family members. It'll awaken some stuff in you, that's for sure. It'll also make you aware of some things that were not okay in the way that you were treated. Also, it might bring about some realizations that other people haven't made yet, and it might cause conflict within your relationships. Like if you become aware of patterns of manipulation or abuse within your family that other people aren't aware exist, and you're to bring those to the forefront and you're to start talking about them, they're going to start projecting those things onto you, and they're going to accuse you of being the abuser. Why is it not okay? Which part? Projecting onto other people? Or something different? Brand new to this channel, welcome in! Welcome in! We're happy you're here. It's a fantastic idea for a streamer. Thank you. That's so kind of you to say. We're building something pretty cool here. We've got a really great community, and I'm really proud of all of you. These are people that I am more than happy to take time out of my day to hang out with and chat with. My pleasure to be here. Chat, give it up for yourselves. Give it up for yourselves. Give yourselves a hand. Let's go. You're great. Take a bow. Standing ovation. Best chat on Twitch. It's true, and we barely have to moderate, which is why the moderators, we always tell the moderators how lazy they are, but it's because they don't actually have to do anything. Like, maybe they could take more clips. I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain if there were more clippers. But we're getting there. But we're getting there. We're getting more clippers. So, one of the things that we do is we want to examine our judgments, prejudices, strong emotional reactions towards others. In doing this, we can identify aspects of our shadow self that we're projecting onto external situations or people. Like, if I'm standing at the grocery store and there's a person in the aisle and they're standing in front of what I need, and then I start to get frustrated and I start to get angry and impatient and I start to think all of these terrible things about this poor old person that's standing in front of me. This is the shadow self at work. These are the parts of me that are impatient. These are the parts of me that are judgmental. And it starts to manifest as this frustration, and I am projecting it onto this person, this situation. They are in my way. They are interfering with my ability to achieve my goals. They are a problem to me. They are inhibiting the flow of my life. You know what I mean? Have you ever feel that way? What if the feeling isn't anger but apathy? Well, how are we feeling mood-wise? Are we feeling depressed at all? I would say that apathy and depression are best friends. You ever just not like somebody and you're not sure why, but like you can't bring yourself to be really nice to them for some reason? Yeah, and what the shadow self would tell you is that I am projecting things that I don't like about me onto that person. If I don't really have a valid reason to not like them except for that they remind me of things that I don't like about myself, that's the shadow self at work. And that doesn't make you a bad person, okay? That doesn't make you a bad person to have this aspect of you. It's a human thing to have. But what you want to try to do is you want to try to be mindful of it. You want to try to work on it. You want to try to make sure that I am not projecting my own frustrations, my own insecurities onto things around me or onto people around me. I need to clean my side of the street first. So, the ultimate goal of shadow work is to integrate these aspects of your personality into your conscious personality. I'm a projection magnet, or I know I used to be. See, here's another thing about projection, is that people who are kind and compassionate and patient tend to get the worst of projection. Because people like to take projection out in places that feel safe. We don't really like to do that on people that we're worried might try to fight us or try to hit us or try to, do something worse to us. We would rather take it out on somebody that is going to be patient and empathetic and receive it better. So, whenever we say things like we hurt most of the people that we love, like that's kind of what I'm talking about. Because I know I can direct my frustrations onto them because they will forgive me because they love me. So like when we have a hard day at work and we're mad at our boss, we take it out on the people at home because that's a safer place for us to take out that anger. It's a safer place for us to project those feelings. I see people do that to Girl One all the time in Casey's chat. They'll be repulsed by the positivity and love, and it's really just a projection that they're mad at themselves for not being able to do it. Clock it. Clock it. Clock it. I liked when my husband hit me, it calmed my brain. Now, some people might not understand why you would say that, but it makes sense to me. Because physical pain is easier to understand and easier to deal with and process than emotional pain. And this is part of the reason why people will self-harm, is because that physical pain allows them to feel a sense of control and a sense of relief over their emotional pain. It gives them something to think about, something that's simpler and easier to understand. My name actually Bragan. Yeah, my old account name was Papa Bragan, and it dates back to my first World of Warcraft character. I'm not an idiot. I didn't say you were. I was explaining what was going on for people who might not understand. I wasn't saying that you didn't understand it or what was going on there. I was just explaining it for people who might not understand that. In order to integrate the shadow self, we have to accept, embrace, and make conscious choices about these previously hidden aspects of ourself. Integration is what leads us into a more balanced and authentic self. My about section. Yes, I would describe myself as a psychologist. I've practiced as a therapist. I've worked in many different roles within the mental health world. I've done case management. I've worked at residential facilities. I've worked, as an in-home crisis worker. I've worked homeless outreach. I've been all over the place. All right. Shadow work. This is a process that we can view as being transformative. Have you ever felt like you've been wanting to just transform? Or like you're waiting to transform into your next stage? You're ready to level up? You're ready to move into the next chapter? This is the kind of stuff that can help you get there. This is the kind of stuff that can help to make that happen. Shadow work is all about personal growth and self-realization. Sometimes I just want to be normal. You don't have to be anybody but you. There's no such thing as normal. What you're looking for is a healthy baseline. So don't worry about being normal. Worry about being you. Being me sucks, I want to be stable most days. Then you can become a more stable version of you. Who's to say that's off the table? Who's to say that's not possible? You can be an entirely different person. You might be completely wrong about who you are. What does healthy mean in this context? I use healthy as the opposite of being destructive. I would say it's the opposite of destructive. I keep feeling like I get there and then I end up starting over again. But it's not a complete start over. It's more of like a remix. Because it's normal to have these types of patterns of up and down throughout our life. That's normal. That's to be expected. But it's about how you get back up when you fall down. I ask in earnest because modern therapists seem to think healthy is productive or able to work. That is a side effect of mental health under capitalism. And that's not how I define those things. But that is a keen observation, and that's something that I wish more people understood about how mental health is viewed in the United States. We would rather just make it so that you're able to get back to work than to have it so that you actually feel good about yourself. A lot of people would just numb with medications. I guess that's true. Certain things don't take me as long to recover from. So my question for you, Remora, would be, what sort of things are you ready to let go of so that it's easier for you to get back up the next time? Because it's easier to get back up after you get knocked down if you let go of some of that weight. Some of that things have been holding you down. The insecurities, the doubts, the guilts, the shames, whatever they may be. All the stuff that you might not need anymore. So just take a look at it and figure out, do I need this? Am I gonna be able to take this with me in my next stage of development? Do I have room for all of these things? Guilt and regret were big things for me to let go of. Absolutely. And I'd say that's something that most people struggle to let go of. Or they process it in unhealthy ways. They might project it onto other people. They might deny that it is real. That doesn't not make it real. You know, it's that picture of the dog sitting in his house and the house is on fire and the dog's just like, I'm fine. Yeah, and part of why I prefer to do this than actually working in a mental health facility is because, first off, I feel like I'm able to connect with so many more people, and I really like that. Also, I'm able to work under my own leadership. I'm able to work under my own schedule, and I'm able to do things how I want to, and that's nice. But also, I can have a focus outside of, let's get you back to work, let's get you to be more productive, because that's typically what our goals were, or what we were trying to work towards in the American mental health care system. Hey, if you have friends that you think would like to watch this channel or would appreciate this content, I always appreciate a good recommendation. All of our growth here, outside of like, you know, I do have friends who stream, you know, my girlfriend streams, and like I'll get some crossover, and that's always nice. But a lot of the growth that we've had is just by people telling other people about it and spreading the word that way. All psychologists / therapists and psychiatrists I've had have always had the same problem with me. They want me to go study or work, and I'm like, no. Like, no, I would say go study yourself. Go understand yourself. Go work on yourself. You know, how long do you need to do that? You know, that's something that you could get done realistically in a year. It's, you know, take the time you need to work on yourself so that you can actually feel more individuated. Where's Big Mike? Is he mad at me? Big Mike probably taking a big dump. I'm glad Mike sent me here. Honestly, anybody who exposes themselves to that amount of current events and that amount of politics could use the change of pace. Like, how can you not be anxious and depressed reading the news every day? That's why I had to stop reading the news every day. It wears on you. I have a close friend who's neurodivergent, has BPD and other issues, but she still doesn't have a therapist, only a psychiatrist who frankly just messes around with medications. Yeah, get them in here. We've actually got a lot of community members who have BPD. That's something we talk about pretty regularly. At what point in history would daily news make you happy? Probably April 18th, 1930, when the BBC had an announcement the day without news. They just played piano music. They reported that there was no news today. Good evening. Today is Good Friday. There is no news. It's as they say, no news is good news. Either that or the news where it's like whenever the news reports on like squirrel water skiing or something. That's always a good news day. This was a good news day, the day Hitler died. This was a good news day. This is what it said in Dutch newspapers. If you're gonna say the man is dead in Dutch, you say der man is dood. So in Dutch newspaper it says Hitler, dude. What new? Dutch is funny. Dutch is a funny language, especially if English is your main language. Because it's close enough to English and it has enough overlap where it's like I can kind of understand it, but then it's enough different where it's just like it registers as gibberish. Still on shadow work? We got distracted. But we're getting back into it. We took a detour. So what does shadow work help you do? Shadow work helps you to break free from patterns of self-sabotage, to improve your relationships, and develop a more authentic sense of identity. And the thing about shadow work is that it's not a one-time endeavor. It's an ongoing process of self-discovery and development. So if something that's preventing you from trying to practice shadow work, for example, is that you are worried that it's going to take a long time, or that it's going to make me really uncomfortable, or that it's going to, who knows how long I'm going to be doing this, just remember that it's not a one and done thing. It's something that's ongoing, so it's just something that you can do at your own pace, a pace that feels comfortable and works for you. Well, that was a big detour then. I'm a big boy. I take a big detour. So while you're engaging in shadow work, you'll feel like you're changing, you're evolving, and you'll face new challenges. Because what may end up happening is the shadow may reveal different layers, which will require continuous exploration and integration of yourself. Like a beautiful onion. So, in embracing the shadow, you are empowered to reclaim the disowned aspects of yourself. As we said before, the shadow does not only contain negative things, it also includes positive things. And to recognize this, just think about things that you've done where you surprised yourself with your own kindness. You surprised yourself with your own patience or your own generosity. And you said, I didn't realize I had that in me. That's actually an aspect of your shadow. It's a part of you that's not at the surface, but it's a good part of you, and it's a part that you should bring out and you should integrate so that it can become a part of who you are. Consciously. I feel so burnt out working on myself. Then take a break. Take a break, go on vacation, and come back to it later. No, there's no deadline here. Do it at your own pace. I feel like if I don't fix certain things, I'm going to lose my relationship. Are you in the process of working on those things? Are you in the process of working on those things? How's your progress coming along? Oh, he's back. It's taking a long time, and she's told me that she feels emotionally drained and can't give me the amount of support I'm looking for. Then what's the next step? What is the way out of that? How do we navigate this? What's our next step in moving towards where we're trying to go? Beaver, what did you push? He keeps pushing keys and it messes up my overlay. This big boy on my desk. Gotta move everything out of the way. I have a cat. I do. This is Beavis. He goes by Beaver. And he is my mascot. If you'll notice, most of the emotes are him. So, Grimora, what I would say is your next step probably isn't what should I do differently. Your next step is probably figuring out what do I need to let go of. You know, what is it that's holding me back from taking that next step? Is there any guilt or shame or remorse or old pain that I'm holding on to that no longer serves me? It'll help you free up some emotional energy to direct into other areas of your life. He's just standing in front of my monitor. I can't see anything. Beaver. Cats, therapy, new friends. This is exactly what I needed in my life. See, now you just need a gifted sub to really wrap it all off. Let's manifest it. Let's manifest it. Manifester's in. I know I needed to let go of my anxious attachment and abandonment issues. Alright. So, what would that look like if you were to do that? What would you be like? What would it feel like to be you? I want you to look ahead into the next step of your development, and I want you to describe to me what it would feel like as if it was happening right now. It worked. Manifestation works. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub. It worked. It worked. So, where were we? Embracing our shadow. It helps to contribute to a sense of wholeness and a deeper understanding of the complexity of human nature. Our complexity as people. Only positive vibe gifting the sub to Mindful Demure. So mindful, so demure. Thank you for gifting that sub. That puts us on a hype train. That puts us on a little hype train. I'm gonna put that up in the corner there. Got a hype train working. I wouldn't be glued to my phone constantly, checking for some kind of communication. I would feel comfortable participating in activities that I used to enjoy. I would be able to be present with my friends and enjoy the moments I'm in and not worrying about those in the next 10 minutes. Alright, so here's the thing. Those are all great goals. And those are all accomplishable. Those are all possible, right? Those are all things you can do. What I want you to do is I want you to describe them as if they are right now. What would it feel like within you if you were doing those things? Would it feel good? Would you feel happy, etc.? What would it make you feel like? And then describe that feeling, but describe it as if it's happening right now. Such as, I feel happy, I feel good, I feel as if a weight has been lifted, etc. Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub to Baklava. Casey Tron, thank you for the 22 months with the poo poo pee pee. So here's the thing about shadow work. Shadow work can also be accomplished through creative expression. Art, writing, singing, dancing, anything. A lot of people express these aspects of themselves through their creative outlets. So I would recommend finding a creative outlet. Find a creative outlet. Because it can really let you tap into your true self. There's parts of you that are yearning to be expressed. And sometimes they aren't expressed until you pick up a pencil or a paintbrush or a guitar or whatever it may be. I feel at peace. I don't feel heavy. I feel I can love freely and be loved in return. I accept that I am a good person and that people I care about me too. Alright, write that shit down on a post-it note and stick it somewhere where you can see it every day. Also, what you've probably realized is that by acknowledging those feelings, you're also starting to encourage those feelings within you. Just by introducing those as a possibility, you have actually started to produce those feelings within you. This is why visualization works. If you want to be that new version of you, you gotta learn how they think. You gotta steal their moves. My boyfriend is on his way over and I really want to poop before he gets here, but nothing is coming out. I know I'm gonna have to awkwardly leave to go poo-poos later and it's gonna be so embarrassing. Everybody poops. That's why what I would do is whenever you get up to go to the bathroom, say, hey, I'm going to the bathroom, you need anything? And be like, what? I was like, yeah, I said I'm going to the bathroom, do you need anything? Do you need me to grab you anything while I'm in there? Just make it into a joke. That cuts through the tension. Catwall Clusterfuck, thank you for gifting that sub to Telupi. I had the worst poop yesterday. Oh no. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Where was it on the Keurig scale? I mean the Bristol scale. The Bristol stool scale. Where was it? Where did it fall on the Bristol scale? I said Keurigs. That was the unit of measurement they used in South Park to determine the volume of a poop. Not the Bristol stool chart, which is what I was actually talking about. Don't worry about looking it up, I've already got it pulled up. You think I don't have this thing readily accessible? Can you zoom it? Was it, which side of the scale was it on? Here, let's zoom in a little bit. You want to shoot for a type 3, type 4. Type 3, type 4, that's the sweet spot. That's where you want to be, health-wise. Remora with the 5 gifted subs! Woo! 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 Type 3, but you need a poop knife? Oh yeah, it's worse. Whenever you have to get out the poop knife, that's the worst. Do we have a hype train? We had a hype train, but unfortunately the 5 gifted came in right as the hype train faded. I'm scared to ask what a poop knife is. It's a meme. It's a meme. But it's exactly what it sounds like. Tanu Tuva with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. Alright, let me get this poop chart out of here. A little bit of yeah, you want it to be in that middle point, you know, not too hard, not too soft. We should write a Little Red Riding Hood remake, except it's about the Bristol stool chart. Like, Mommy Bear went to her bathroom, but her Daddy Bear went to his toilet. But my poops were just right. Alright, can we get back to the shadow work slides? Let's get back to shadow work. Enough of a poop detour. When we are creative, it allows us to explore and externalize aspect of the shadow in a constructive manner. And a lot of people do this. If you look at artists, if you look at people who regularly express themselves, they'll always tell you that this is a way that I like to process my feelings. This is a way that I like to process my traumas. So, how to do the work. First up, journaling. Writing about your personal experiences, your emotions, and thoughts without judgment. That's the important part, is to not be judgmental of yourself while you're doing it. You're just identifying it. You're just recognizing it. I'm not here to criticize. I'm not here to judge. It is what it is. In doing this, you're able to explore recurring themes, you're able to pick up on your own patterns, and you're able to recognize those moments of conflict in your life. You might think back and say, wow, that thing that happened to me when I was a kid was actually more impactful than I thought it was. As it turns out, I didn't really think of it as a big deal at the time, but who knew? It actually did affect me and kind of changed the way that I respond in certain situations as an adult. I'm glad I thought about it. I'm glad I came to that realization. I'm glad I was able to change that about myself. Another thing you can do is reflect on your dreams. Now, dream analysis is something that you don't see very commonly done, but there is. I would compare dream analysis to like doing tarot, or like, you know, some reading your horoscope. I would look at it more of like as a thought prompt rather than this is concrete, this is proof, this is evidence. I would say this is an exercise for my mind. And so reflect on your dreams, and if there are potential symbols related to your shadow self, you know, just think about them. Now, I'm not saying that, because the thing about dreams is sometimes dreams are nonsensical. Sometimes dreams just are random and don't really make sense, or they were just about what happened to you that day, or they're about stuff that you've been thinking about. Not really super helpful or super relevant, but it can be fun to do. meditation and mindfulness. By practicing mindfulness, you are learning to observe your thoughts and emotions without attachment and without judgment. This is why mindfulness is so helpful, is because whenever we start to do shadow work and we start to look at these aspects of ourselves, we might come from a place of judgment or criticism. But what we want to do is we just want to try to be objective, non-partial observers. By practicing meditation, you learn how to create a safe place for self-reflection and inner exploration. This is what meditation allows you to do. So mindfulness is the approach and meditation is the practice. Whenever we're able to cultivate awareness of the present moment, we're able to identify our unconscious reactions to things. We're able to understand the things like, why do I get so angry sometimes? Why do I get frustrated in certain situations? Why do I feel anxious about certain things? Why do I feel like I can't let some things go? Why? Lots of questions. Mindfulness and meditation are what will allow you to actually sit down and figure those questions out, so that you can understand yourself even better. Next up, creative expression. We talked about why this is important. It allows aspects of ourselves to come to the surface in more of a fun and productive way. Like sitting down and thinking about yourself can be all fine and good, but sometimes I'd rather be doing something a little more fun, you know what I mean? Like, let's do some drawing, let's do some coloring, let's do some painting, let's do some sculpting, let's play with Legos, whatever it is. Let's do some gardening. Let's do some sewing, let's do some crochet, let's do some basket weaving. Whatever it is, whatever floats your boat. Let's do some woodworking. What these activities allow you to do is express those inner feelings. So this is your homework today. This is your homework today. Sometime in the next week, I want you to pick up a creative expression or revisit a creative outlet that you haven't visited in a while. Like maybe you used to do a lot of art, but you haven't done it for a while. Maybe it's time to revisit that part of yourself. So that's your homework. We can also do this through our writing. You know, we can do poetry, write stories, we can make music. And this allows us to express that complexity of our emotions. I'm gonna go finally build that 3D printer and tinker around for my homework. Yeah, see, now we're talking. Takes out Warhammer models. Now we're talking. Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer 40K? Self-reflection exercises. I have armies for both. Who do you run? Which factions? But I prefer Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar is cool. Warhammer Fantasy is cool. But I would say I know more about 40K. I'm a nerd. I never claimed to not be a nerd. I took a quiz online once to see which Warhammer 40k Primarch I would be. You have an orc army. Aren't the orcs so much fun? The orcs are so much, they're so funny. The orcs in 40k are hilarious. If you don't know anything about 40k, the reason why the orcs are so funny is because they are a fungal organism. They actually reproduce like a fungus, and so they just rapidly reproduce. And they are able to make things work just through sheer force of belief that things will work. So they could slap together a bunch of pieces of metal, and since they all believe that it is a tank, it will work as a tank. They literally just believe it into existence. Also, they all talk with a Cockney British accent, and it's really funny. Wait, so like what are the benefits of working on the Shadow Self, by the way, not to sound dumb? I'll revisit that slide here in a minute. But the TLDR of that, Marty, is if we want to be a whole and complete version of you, if you want to be your most genuine self. Because the shadow doesn't just include things that you don't like about yourself, that's not what it is. It's also things that you like about yourself that you aren't really aware of. You know, and the example that I keep giving for that is sometimes you surprise yourself with how patient you can be. Sometimes you surprise yourself with how generous you may be or how empathetic you may be. There are good aspects locked away within your shadow self, and if you want to embrace those, you have to study it. You have to, integrate with it. Also, by becoming aware of like your own negative or toxic traits, you're able to overcome them and free yourself from them. So that's why we do it. So, self-reflection exercises, creating a timeline of significant life events and then reflecting on how those events made you feel. That's an important shadow work exercise. Identify moments of intense emotional responses and analyze the triggers. It's just taking a really deep self-inventory and just studying yourself so you can understand yourself better, so you can change yourself in a direction that better serves you, rather than being stuck in your old behavior patterns. Ask reflective questions about personal values, beliefs, and fears. Are those spy glasses? I'll never tell. Alright, there's a little bit more that can go into shadow work, because shadow work is something that you can do in so many different ways. Like when they say you're doing shadow work, it's not just thinking about yourself. It's not just, there's so many different ways that you can do it. So I don't want anybody to feel like I have to do one of these things. Try one that sounds approachable to you. That's where I would start. Which one sounds the most fun? I would say that art would probably be a great way to start off if you don't want to do the other ones. If the other ones sound a bit too intense or like you're not ready, art's a great place to start. The body-mind connection. By practicing somatic awareness, you can connect with physical sensations and emotions. This is kind of what we were talking about, where how like trauma is stored in the body. Our body holds on to pain and painful memories. And so it might be a tightness or a discomfort or a reluctance to be touched in certain parts of your body. That is an aspect of doing shadow work. Just being aware. Things like yoga and dance can help to integrate these types of mind and body experiences. Learn to recognize and process your emotions through bodily sensations. How does it make me feel when I dance? How does it make me feel when I sing? How does it make me feel when I do these things? When they're 15, thank you for gifting that sub. We're one away. We're at 199. And another gifted sub. Another gifted sub, we did it! Thank you for that gifted sub to Raindrop Soup. We're on fire. We're on fire, we did it. Yahoo! It's a celebration. Everybody dance, come on. It's a celebration. I'm at a party with some old people. It's alright. There's snacks here. Celebration by Kool and the Gang has played at how many percentage of the parties that you've been to in your life? I've heard that song at so many like old people parties. Da 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 da. Yahoo! It's a celebration. Celebrate. Come on. It's a celebration. It's just it's a brilliant song because it's a song about the act of celebrating. It just says there's a party going on right here, a celebration to last throughout the year. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We want to celebrate and party with you. And that could be about anything. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. And now it still gets played at parties. Decades after its release. Alright, another thing that we can do to do some shadow work is we can do it in counseling and we can also do it in support groups. By joining a counseling or support group that focuses on personal growth and self-discovery, this can help you to do this type of work. Now wait a second, does this sound like a place where we've been before? A group that focuses on personal growth and self-discovery. Why does that remind me of something? Why does that remind me of someone I know? Chat, does that remind you of anywhere? Huh. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Huh. Oh, you're right. It's us. Oh. Cool. By sharing your experiences, your thoughts, and your feelings in a supportive environment, it can help you to become a more integrated and well-rounded person. We benefit from introducing ourselves to different perspectives and insights from others who have been on similar journeys. What if Elon Musk is my shadow self? Elon Musk is a small man that casts a long shadow. He's the type of person who would say that he doesn't believe in therapy, he doesn't believe in mental health because he's afraid to do it, because he just couldn't handle it. Having to accept accountability and, recognizing your own toxic trends, it's not for everybody. Oh, hi, Beaver. He's just getting up and turning around again. Yes. You want me to pet you? Okay. He likes to just lay on my desk while I stream. He'll lay here for 4 or 5 hours straight, and he'll just get up and flip around every once in a while, and he'll just sleep. He's so cute. This is my son. This is my son, little Beaver. Purr at him. He's purring right now. He's purring right now, so I'm gonna feel his purr, and I'm gonna purr at him and see if it makes him purr more. Hey, Beaver. He loves it. Isn't he so cute? Turn off the music. Okay, pause the music. I love you, Beaver. I love you, Beaver. Can you hear it? Were you able to hear his purr? It showed that it was picking up on my microphone. All right. Alright, a little summary for you because we're wrapping up. The shadow is an unconscious aspect of human nature. It manifests in various ways. Through our thoughts, emotions, behaviors, it affects us both as individuals as well as collectively. In understanding our shadow, we are promoting awareness. Awareness of the ways in which we project our negative emotions onto others, awareness into the ways in which we self-sabotage. And sometimes it's uncomfortable to accept these truths about ourselves. We don't want to be self-saboteurs. We don't want to project negative emotions, but we're doing it anyway, and if we want to do something about it, we have to be aware of it. By exploring and integrating the shadow, we experience personal growth and wholeness. If we want to understand ourselves completely, we have to explore the aspects of ourselves that are hidden. And that's it. That's shadow work. Any questions? Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're too kind. Is the shadow an inherently negative thing? No. No. No, it has good and bad. The shadow is simply hidden. Now, it does make sense that, like, think of your shadow as your attic or your basement. It's got stuff in there that's packed away. Maybe it's stuff that you don't like to think about. Maybe it's painful memories. Maybe it's toxic traits. Maybe it's self-destructive traits. Maybe it's guilt, remorse, shame, whatever. Maybe that's packed up in some of the boxes up in your attic. But within your attic, there's also good things. There's also kindness and compassion and love and joy and all sorts of things. So it is neither good nor bad, it's both. It's just that which is unseen. Thank you for the gift subs. Again, we hit 200. We hit 200. Let's fucking go. That made perfect sense. Thank you. It's one of the things I strive for is to make sense. I'm pogging. Flexi with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. Thank you so much. Do 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 do. Wahoo! It's a celebration. Hold on, I want to try something. I want to do some layering. I've got the music, but I also want to add something into it. Yeah, that's really loud. That's really loud. It's cat purring. What if I layered the two? Is there a cat we can't see? What's the background? I've got two things going. I've got two things going in the background. I've got meditation, royalty-free, DMCA-free music, and I've got 8 hours of cat purring. Next time you feel overwhelmed or stressed, put on some soothing, meditative music. And if that's not cutting it, put on some cat purring too. Yeah, if you have a hard time sleeping, I feel like cat purrs would put me right to sleep. We use Alexa to play rain sounds at night. I wonder if Alexa could do cat purrs. I have a therapy cat who saves me with her purrs and meows and affection. 11 out of 10, highly recommend. I feel like cats are great for your mental health. Cats also are really helpful in rehabilitating people in prison. One of the things that they've found is that when they allow prisoners to have cats, it actually helps them in their rehabilitation. They have something to care for, they have something to look after. They have something to emotionally connect to. And that's really important when you're in confinement. Hi Josh, I'm gay. Hi gay. We got another one. Another day, another gay. How many gays are we up to now? A dozen? Collab streams with Casey when? You know, I'll do stuff with Casey from time to time. We've also been wanting to plan stuff together. Like we wanted to do like more like a couples therapy type show where we talk about like romance advice or dating advice or like relationship type advice. So that's in the works, but we're still trying to figure out what that would look like and when we would do it and all that sort of thing. I have a background in psych and I have a hypothetical interpersonal question for you if you're interested. Oh, I'm interested. Trauma made me incredibly unserious. I wouldn't even call it having a dark sense of humor or being edgy. How do I undo this? By taking it more seriously, by taking yourself more seriously. So what does that look like? Because what's going on here isn't uncommon. This is something you see all the time in response to trauma, is we minimize it, we shove it away, we compartmentalize it, we try not to think about it, we save it for later, we try to forget it, we don't take it seriously. But it doesn't go away. And so in the long run, it's only delaying the inevitable. eventually you're gonna take it seriously. Because you're gonna find that it's affecting your quality of life, it's affecting your relationships, it's affecting your sense of self, your self-esteem, your self-efficacy, your ability to care and love for yourself. So take it seriously. Take it seriously, but not too seriously. Because I've seen both sides of this equation. I've seen people take their trauma not seriously enough, but I've also seen people take it too seriously. And what do I mean when I say too seriously? They take it too seriously in the sense that they are terrified. They take it so seriously in the fact that they aren't able to leave their house, they aren't able to have friends, they aren't able to talk to people, because they're just so frightened because of this trauma. And that fear does not need to be there. That fear is trying to protect them, but it's trying to protect them too intensely. Not the call out. I'm not trying to call out anybody, but if you resonate with it, just see that as a sign that you are understood and that you're not alone and that help and support are out there. So how do I do this? I would say you do this by trying to reflect on the ways that your trauma is interfering with your quality of life. Recognize the things that you are willing or ready to let go of. And challenge old beliefs and old ideas about yourself. Because the truth is, you can be wrong about yourself. You might not be who you think you are. You could be someone totally different. So say that there is this single guy in his late 30s, and he's being approached by a married individual who they were also romantically involved with in the past and see as a genuine friend. I mean, I would say at that point, like, if you're an adult and you have control over yourself and there's no concern about reigniting old romances, it's like, it is what it is. I think it can be fine. I think you just need to be responsible and mature about it. Part of what you're describing, and I'm not saying this applies to the questioner, but you see this line of thinking in people who adopt like a doomer, black pill type of mentality. Is they just don't take anything seriously. Everything's a joke. And if everything's unserious and everything's a joke, then I don't have to try. And so it's just a way to free yourself from responsibility. It's a way to free yourself from accountability. Is there a motor running near my computer? That's White noise, cat purring, 8 hours. I think they're relaxing. Speaking of boundaries, I also have an interpersonal question for you. Fire away. I've been doing therapy for a good decade now. I'm a dude, 40 plus, and I did a lot of Gestalt recent years in psychoanalysis. Ah, bist du aus Österreich? I think I remember talking about this before. And this is how I learned that in Germany and Austria, they still regularly practice psychoanalysis and Gestalt psychology. That was how I learned this. It feels odd. I'm getting segments of my life and me in order, but I have a very strange feeling regarding my desires. I feel like I'm acceptable to the world as long as I do not desire anything, only when I'm stoic, strong, and stable. Kind of like I'm accepted by the world when I'm rebuilding myself, becoming more confident, more worthy, but whenever I'm weak or wounded, when I desire something, like a woman, a morning, when I'd wake up to someone I find valuable and able to give me attention, warmth, and nurture, I'm always rejected. I'm always rejected. I always feel defined as the filthy, the rapey cis man. I always turn out as incel-y, needy man. TBH, this is the only part of me where currently in therapy I feel despair and no progress. Also, there's an undertone of hatred and resentment towards the world from me when it comes to this. Okay. I want you to not despair. I want you to not worry, because this can change, and we can flip the script on this, alright? This is fixable. But I'll get to that in a minute. I feel I'll achieve success and eventually get all I need after I will no longer need this. They always say, just be yourself. But being myself causes just rejection and suffering, and once I transcend this, I'll get all I wanted as a kid, as a teenager, as a man. I think this question is erroneously framed, but how do I accept that no one valuable in my eyes, a girl or a woman, will give me anything to the give me anything to the broken me as long as I do not fix myself? The conditionality in this is just infuriating for me. Yeah, I also know I'm sabotaging this to happen extensively. That relationship to mother greatly affects this, but my feelings are as I described them. Also, thanks for your stream. Let me just say, brother, you're so close. You're so close. You're so close. Let me explain. Let me explain my position here. It's okay to be wrong about yourself. In self-discovery, you will reflect on things that you believe to be true just because you have believed them to be true for such a long time. Maybe these are things you've thought or felt about yourself for years. This does not make them fact. This does not make them true. You could be wrong about you. Maybe we can let these things go. Maybe we don't need to hold on to them. And so I think this is one of the downsides of psychoanalytic therapy, is that there's so much emphasis on self-discovery, but there's not enough rigidity as far as okay, but what are we going to do about how I feel about myself? In psychoanalysis, they basically just wait for you to get there on your own, and sometimes you can be there for forever. Do you need these beliefs? Do you need these thoughts? If you don't, you can let them go. So think of it this way. Let's do some visualization. What would it feel like if you were able to let this go? What would it feel like if you had made some of that progress that you're looking for? Identify where it is you're trying to go. What would it feel like to be that person I'm trying to become? And what is the next step in becoming that person? And I feel like you're at the part now where you just need a shift in perspective. And you need to reassess the beliefs that you're holding on to, the things that are no longer serving you, the things that you'll have to leave behind if you want to keep going. The way I like to look at it is like a rocket launch. Whenever you have to launch a rocket to space, it does it in stages. The rocket launches in stages. And in order to get to the next stage, it has to leave things behind. The things that are weighing it down, the things that helped it get to where you're currently at, but the things that it can't take with it because I need to lighten my load. So if you want to make it to the next stage, and you're getting there, you're very close. The only thing that's left is to figure out what is it that I need to let go of, what is it that I need to leave behind so that I can make it higher up in the altitude. Do you believe that the following scenario is inherently bad or dangerous? A 16-year-old girl and a 32-year-old guy developing an online friendship by bonding over shared experience of mental health struggles? As a practitioner of mental health, no. Because I don't know this minor's parents. And if I'm going to engage in a conversation with a minor privately, I want their parents to know about it, because I've got nothing to hide. I want to keep everything on the up and up. You know what I mean? Like, I have people who come here into this community, into this chat, who are like 15, 16. And that's fine, and I don't mind that they're here, but like, if they were to message me privately, I wouldn't message them. I wouldn't engage with them outside of where everybody could see it. You know what I mean? Like even adults in my community, like I will very rarely like message people privately because I don't want to have inappropriate boundaries with anybody. I don't want anybody to, you know, as far as like being a mental health provider, I want it to be, you can talk to me here, you can talk to me in front of the group, but I'm not like your individual counselor. So like messaging me privately, it opens up a different, like there's a different set of boundaries involved there. You know what I mean? My parents were aware of the situation from very early on, and he spoke to my mom directly in a call. Now that I'm more okay with. Because just think of it as like a a high school student having a mentor that's like their teacher or a guidance counselor. It's like having mentorship is important. And you just want to make sure that the parents are aware, the parents are involved, so that everything could just stay on the up and up. That's my stance on it. Did I miss out on shadow work? We actually just wrapped the presentation up. But the VOD will be up, so if you want to catch the presentation, it'll be there for you. But yeah, we actually just finished. The YouTube VOD. Yeah, the YouTube, like all of my VODs get automatically published to YouTube. But the thing about the VODs on YouTube is I would have to go in and edit the titles so they aren't really lit. They're all just kind of named the same thing, which isn't really helpful to anybody. Comparison is the thief of joy. It's true. It's true. This is why the only person you should compare yourself to is yourself. You know, if I'm going to compare myself to anybody else, I'm doing myself a disservice. Hi, Beaver. Oh, somebody's awake. I'm 2 months into my first serious relationship in a really long time. She is perfect. The issue is that I'm an addict. I don't think she knows yet. She's smart and she's going to figure it out eventually. If not already. Life is good now and feels like the last thing I need is to overcome my addiction. IRL support groups stress me out so much, I want to admit my addiction to my partner and see if she would be willing to hold me accountable. I have no idea how to approach this. Any advice? P.S. She is a speech therapist and super sweet. Alright, here's the thing about addiction. It's never a fight that you have to make on your own. It's never a fight that you have to make on your own. There's a reason why addiction support groups are one of the most abundant support groups in the world. It's because it's something that a lot of people grapple with. So I would say honesty is the best policy. Because if it ends up coming to a situation where she finds out Like if you have an issue with relapse or whatever it may be and she finds out, that's gonna be worse. So I would say just talk about it. I would say just talk about it because it's there and it's influencing your life and it's something to discuss. What does he mean, hold him accountable? Like he wants his partner to fix the issue and he knows he will relapse? Not necessarily, but sometimes it's just nice to have somebody who can remind you of what it is that you're supposed to be doing. Like, hey, you said you were going to go to that group. You said you were going to go talk to somebody. All right, it's time for you to go to your appointment. You know, just somebody who can be there to help support them. And I feel like we all need that. I feel like we all can use that. I told my partner about my addiction my first date. We're married now and have never relapsed. You can do it? Yeah, good for you. There you go. I would just say, look at it this way. Look at it this way. Having the weight off of you in feeling like I have to keep this secret, I have to keep this to myself, I can't tell anybody about it. Think about how that might actually be driving you further into your addiction. Think about it that way. The stress that comes from feeling like I have to hide this may actually drive you further into it. So how do we approach this conversation? Hey, babe, there's something important I want to talk to you about. I just want to let you know that I've had a struggle with whatever it is you might be struggling with. And I just wanted to let you know, because it's something I want to work on and I didn't want to keep it secret from you. And I just, I really appreciate this relationship and I just really, feel like I couldn't keep this from you. And just be open to having a conversation that's focused on healing, that's focused on what we can do about it. That's just focusing on support. And I think they'll probably take it better than you think they will. And the thing is if they don't take it that well, then if they don't take it well now, then they're only going to take it worse later. So I feel like the questioner doesn't want to feel judged when they tell their partner. True. That's normal. I'm a weak, fragile person, Papa. How do I fix that? I've been through so many experiences, yet I felt like everyone stepped all over me and I'm still weak. Alright, come here. Come here. Hey, listen. You're stronger than you know, okay? Give yourself some credit. All of those hard times, all of those difficult moments, you survived that, okay? You made it through that. That was you. You did that shit. So you're stronger than you realize. Being strong and feeling strong are two different things. There are weak people who feel strong, and there are strong people who feel weak. Embrace your strength. Embrace the things about you that you can celebrate. We all feel weak sometimes, and it's okay to lean on people. You know, like that song goes, lean on me when you're not strong. I'll give you strength, help you carry on, lean on me. Da-da-da-da. Everybody needs someone to lean on. You know the one. Like in a herd, we have a crew to keep watch while others can rest. Absolutely. If you're tired of standing at the rim and keeping watch, move to the center and let others take over so that you can rest. It's such a peaceful thing to feel. Just like feel yourself surrounded by your herd. Feel yourself surrounded by your tribe, your people, so that you can be at the center and you can rest. God, that feels peaceful. Also, let me say something, questioner. There are people out there who also struggle with issues similar to yours, who don't have the strength to ask for help, who don't have the strength to ask these questions, who don't have the strength to face these inner fears. And so even in asking for help, this is displaying strength. Asking for help is a strength, okay? Don't forget it. So you know what? If you want a little extra, here. I'm gonna reach into my heart here, and I'm gonna take a little bit of my strength, and I'm gonna put it in your head. Here you go. There you go. Just borrow some of mine. I got enough to go around. Anybody else want any? Anybody else want some? What do you want? You want some confidence? Here you go. You want some self-love? Here you go. You want some self-acceptance? Here you go. How about this? You have anything you want to let go of? You have anything you want to let go of? You have any guilt, shame, remorse, regret, whatever it is, you want to let go of it? Hand it over. Come on. Hand it over. Just put it right here. I'll take it. Hand it over. Give it to me. Hand it over. Come on. Cough it up. Guilt, shame, fear, regret, self-defeating thoughts, self-destructive behaviors, anything that no longer serves you, hand it over. Give it to me. Hand it over. All right. Ooh. Spicy. I'm struggling to understand why there's a loneliness epidemic, but it feels like no one else is lonely. I disagree. I feel like there is a loneliness epidemic and people are lonelier than ever. Because here's why. We are more interconnected than ever, but the ways in which we are connected are more shallow and more vapid than before. What we long for is meaningful, deep connection, but a lot of the connections that we have are just very surface level, or they're with people that we don't regularly engage with, or we just don't have the depth and complexity that we're looking for. And I feel like that's why we feel lonely, is because we don't just want small talk. We want big talk. I don't just want small talk, I want big talk. Me hungry for socialization. Me no want small talk, me want big talk. Zog. What Zog think outside of space? What are shiny light in sky? Why fire hot? Why grug hungry? Why grug eat food? This is the stuff we need. We need those deep questions. We need those self-exploration questions. We need those introspective questions. Who am I? What am I here for? What is all this? I want to know what song you'd fight the Supreme Court justices to. I'll think about it. Everyone seems busy with family, friends, and plans, while I often feel alone and single. I have close relationships with my family and lifelong best friends, but my outer tier friends, second or third tier, are unreliable, always busy, and don't seem to have time for me. And that's why they're outer tier friends. I feel like we all have different, and this is an interesting way to describe it. We have like my core group of friends, where it's like, hey, I need somebody to come pick me up. Hey, I just got picked up by the police. I need somebody to come pick me up from the police station. That's who you call in those moments. And then you got the people who it's like, oh, it's your birthday party. Okay, I'll come over for your birthday party. Or hey, it's the holiday party. You know what I mean? It's like you see these people like maybe a couple times a year. And that's fine. And that's fine. We don't have to have these deep levels of connection with everybody that we're connected to. That's the beauty of having a social net. Diversity. Should I stop pursuing these friendships and just wait for them to reach out to me instead? No. Because they're wondering the same thing. It's not just you who's wondering this. Be the friend to reach out. Be the friend to reach out even if you get rejected. Be the friend to reach out even if people turn you down. Be the person to reach out because there's a lot of value in being that person. In being the initiator, in being the one who makes things happen. There's value in that position. I've also tried friending new friends through platforms like meetup.com, but it's been a horrible experience. Either the people are weird or creepy, the age group is too old for me, or the meetups are flaky. I would say hobbies are a great way to start making new friends, like going and practicing a new hobby or joining like a class or just like, you know, a community event, not necessarily something that's done through like a website. I feel like that's not a bad option. Friends are overrated. I disagree. I try to be the best friend I can be. I try to be a high-value friend. And you know what? Sometimes I'm still the one who has to reach out to people. Because it feels good to be reached out to. It feels like, ooh, people love me. Ooh, people want to talk to me. That's why I do it. Because I realize it's hard to reach out. It's hard to initiate. So I'm okay with being the one that does that. Meh. Don't fall to apathy. Apathy is your biggest enemy. Once you stop caring, it's all downhill from there. I feel tired of trying to maintain or build new connections, and I'm tempted to give up. How should I approach this situation, and what can I do to handle feelings of frustration and loneliness? Okay. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Welcome. What I would say is just try to be the best friend you can be. Just try to be the type of friend that you would want. Do you want a friend that reaches out, that's emotionally available, that's supportive, that's fun, that's polite? You know, be that person. Be that person. And understand that not all of your friendships are going to be 50-50 split in terms of emotional investment. Sometimes you will give more than you will receive, and sometimes you will receive more than you give. And that is okay. Not the Penny jump scare. Penny, you woke up Beaver. Penny. Penny, you woke up Beaver. There's no shame in trying to be a good friend, even if the people that you are trying to be a friend with aren't good friends. That's all I'll say about that. Don't let that stop you from trying. Don't let that stop you from putting yourself out there and trying to engage. Don't give up on that. Because that's just going to take you down to a place of loneliness and isolation. And when you get there, you're going to convince yourself that you should be there, or that it's okay to be there. We can find comfort in a cage. That doesn't mean that we need to lock ourselves away. Penny? Cool it. Might go get some more coffee. I think I need another cup of coffee. Also, I've got stew cooking. I've got stew slow cooking. I want to go check it. I want to go give it a little stir. I want to go give it a little. See what it needs. See if it needs anything else. I'm gonna take a quick break. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Beaver, I can't see all my icons. Your head's in the way. Beaver, I can't see where my icon is to click it because your head's in the way. I got a big cat head in the way. I'll be right back. Go take a potty break. Go get a fresh cup of coffee. I'll be right back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Also, we're all caught up with the questions in the box. So if you have a question, if you drop it in the box, we'll get to it right away. Be right back. we've subbed out cats. Got a cat substitution. We're putting Beavis on the sidelines and we're bringing in Syndra. She's such a sweetheart. She's such a sweetie. What you'll notice about cats is they've got their own emotions and that they also like to cuddle and, you know, be pet and held up and picked up, and, you know, they like it too because it's, you know, they like companionship as well. You know what I mean? Cinder, you need a brushing, girl. You are hairy. You know what's funny? Is that there are some people that hate bugs. They're terrified of bugs. But most people, even if they hate bugs, they're like, well, I'm okay with a ladybug. You know what I mean? Have you ever noticed that? The people, even who people who are like terrified by bugs, they're just still like, it's just a little ladybug. Not if you're an aphid. If you're an aphid, you better watch out. Ladybugs are terrible. If you're an aphid, ladybugs are terrifying. They're just gonna eat your entire colony. They're just gonna wander through your village and eat everyone. Alright, we're still all caught up on the question box. We're caught up on the question box. Let's talk about a topic that I find to be interesting. Let's talk about the psychology of birth order. How does birth order shape your personality? Now, I just want to go into this by saying that this isn't hard science. This isn't going to be objectively true in everyone. These are just patterns and trends, things that we have observed. Okay? it doesn't, I would disagree. I would agree in saying that it doesn't for everybody, but I think that to say that it does for many people is true. Because here's why. If you're the first child, your parents might not know how to raise a child. And so they're going to have to do a lot more learning on the job to figure out what it is to meet your needs. And as a result, as the first child, you might have to learn things to help regulate yourself. You might have to learn how to meet your own needs. You might have to be more parentified, especially if you have younger siblings that come in. And then now suddenly you have to play a hand in watching them and taking care of them as well when you're still a kid yourself. And so in that, the order of your birth has taken an effect on your personality. Just look at these goofs. Just look at these goofballs. So, the theories related to birth order and how it affects psychology are pretty old. This goes back to Alfred Adler. He was influenced by Sigmund Freud. And this was early 20th century psychology. LOL, I missed it. Oh, this picture. These kids. These kids. So this is an old theory, and in many ways it has been debunked, but there is still some merit here. And these are things that I've noticed not just in myself, but also in my friends and their personalities, depending on how they, like, where they came in the birth order. Like Casey and I were both the oldest child. And I feel like that's part of the reason why we get along so well. Is because as the oldest child, we had to, be more mature. We had to grow up. We had to, assume accountability. We had to learn how to take care of ourselves. And that lends to our relationship. So the key points of the theory is that the first child tends to develop a strong sense of responsibility. The middle children tend to develop a desire for attention, and the last born children tend to develop more of a sense of adventure and rebellion. Firstborn children are often described as leaders, high-achieving, structured and organized, responsible, and mature. You are the first child, so it's exciting. It's exciting for your parents, it's exciting for your grandparents, and so you are treated to be very special. You are treated, as this child with so much potential. And then they have another baby. If you were an oldest child and you were old enough to remember what it was like when your parents had another child, do you remember that feeling? See, I was 4, going on 5, when my parents had my sister. So I was old enough to remember what it felt like. And I remember there was a part of me that's just like, this is kind of fucked up. This is kind of fucked up. You're telling me I have to share you? You're, you're telling me that somebody else is gonna take your attention away from me? That's fucked up, man. Why are you gonna do that to me? I remember a moment in time when I was 5 and my sister was like less than a year old. And my parents were like, hey, don't let your sister hold that. Like a balloon had popped. And they were like, don't let your sister grab that. She's going to try to eat it. And I remember thinking, there's just no way. She can't be that stupid. Because I was like 5 and I'm just like, there's no way she's that dumb. She's not going to try to eat a balloon. That's stupid. But then she did try to eat a balloon and I was like, oh my God, she's an idiot. And then at that point I was like, I must protect her at all costs. This is my little sister. I have to protect her. That was when it really clicked. My place as an older brother, I was like, all right. I know more about the world. I must protect you, little one. When I went to see my new baby brother, I asked my mom where babies come from, and she said the store, and I said, okay, can you return them? I said, did you keep the receipt? Is it still within the return period? Can you get a store credit? Another part of being the oldest child is you often feel like you are held to a higher standard, and then your parents will look to you to set an example for the younger children. I remember feeling this way. I remember being made to feel this way. I remember my parents being much more strict about certain things whenever I was a kid, and then whenever my younger siblings were that same age, it was just like, whatever. And I'm like, really? I'm like, really? Okay, that's how things are gonna be. Older siblings are also frequently tasked with caring for younger siblings, and this often creates them, to fill that role of being a caregiver. And in turn, they might end up growing to be more nurturing, responsible, and motivated to excel. The middle child. Middle children tend to be made into the peacemaker in the family. And I would say that my sister very much is a peacemaker. I would say that that is definitely a role that she plays. The middleborns. Typically independent, peacemakers, people pleasers, outgoing, adaptable, attention seeking. This is my sister. My sister has so many friends. I'm going to my sister's Halloween party, and whenever I go to my sister's parties, I'm like, damn, girl, you got a lot of friends. Like, my sister's popular, which makes me popular by extension. Because whenever I show up at the party, they're like, oh, that's your brother? Some studies have shown that middle children are less likely to feel close with their parents because if you're the middle child, at some point your parents are going to have to move on to paying attention to the younger children, and so in many ways you just might end up feeling overlooked. Your birth order doesn't matter here, okay? Your birth order, your birth order, that don't matter around here. Out here in the brain domain, I don't care if you're the youngest child, the oldest child, or you're the middle child, or you're the only child, or you're adopted, or you're whatever. That don't matter. I don't give a darn about your birth order. The last child, the baby of the family. One of the things about being the last born is that your parents will always view you as the baby. Even if you're 30, they'll still view you as my youngest child, and so they might not treat you as an adult in the same way that they might their other children. The last child also tends to be more pampered because it's the baby. It's the last kid you're gonna have. You want to be nice to him. You want to have a good relationship with him, and so you might cave to their demands a bit more than you did with the other kids. Also, at this point in time, you might be like the parent might be older. The parent might be more financially secure, and so they're able to actually, be more present and giving with the baby child than they would with the earlier kids. And the baby is the one that's going to take care of the parents most likely as they age. Yep, probably. So what happens when you're the only child? Being an only child is similar to being a first child, minus the components of having to be more of like a caregiver or a nurturer because you don't have younger siblings. But you also might be more adult because you interact more with adults. It's like when you're interacting with your family or your relatives, it's like you're having adult conversations with grown-ups. And so you might be treated more as a little adult. So this is just something in psychology that's fun to think about. It's not really any hard science. It's not really anything that's written in stone. It's just one of those things that's kind of fun to think about. Because there definitely are some things that pop up. In other words, birth order is only one of many factors that affect how we grow and learn. It does play a part but it doesn't play as big of a part as some people might like to believe that it does. And when this was originally theorized, it was treated more as if, like, oh yeah, this is significant. This is something that needs to be understood and studied, and you know what I mean? Anyway, we're still caught up. We're still caught up. We're still at 3277. And so we wait. Maybe we should think about things we can redeem our Papa points for. Has everyone here taken a personality types quiz? Does anyone here know their personality type? This is my personality type. I'm a protagonist. I have main character syndrome. Inspiring optimists, readily taking action to do what they feel is right. Does that describe me? Would you say that's accurate? What's a good one online? This website's pretty good. So, this website is based on a actual test that they will give called the Myers-Briggs Personality Inventory. So this is, and I've given the Myers-Briggs. I've taken an official Myers-Briggs, and the way that they develop this test is basically the same. Like, it's not that complicated of a test. And so this one's as accurate as the official one would be, I would say. You gotta take it for a job application? Huh. Interesting. Strengths and weaknesses. Receptive, reliable, passionate, altruistic, charismatic. Weaknesses: unrealistic, overly idealistic, condescending, intense, overly empathetic. You know, I agree. I agree with every single one of these points. I agree with all of them. If you're curious about this test, you can take it. It's free. there's 16 different personality types? The analysts, the diplomats, the sentinels, and the explorers. I am a diplomat. Kitty These I said INFP. That would be a mediator. I'm friends with a lot of mediators. I have a lot of friends who are INFPs. Oh, an INTJ, the architect. Honestly, mediators are some of the best friends you can have. They're some of the sweetest, most kind and compassionate people. So having INFPs in your friend group, highly recommend. Bjork. Frodo Baggins. I would say that Johnny Depp is not an INFP. I don't know why he's on this list. I wouldn't put him in here. That doesn't really seem to make sense. INTJ is the architect. This is the mastermind. They've got a plan for everything. They've got a plan. Don't worry. They've got a plan. Can I link the test? Yes. You can take it right here. And it doesn't take that long. It takes like 10-20 minutes to take the test. INFJ, the advocate. One of the things you'll notice is that your personality changes over time. It depends on how focused you are on certain aspects of your life, on how introverted or extroverted you're feeling. So the way that let's see, do they have? Okay. So what these letters stand for, these different things, the 5 different aspects of your personality. Are you introverted or extroverted? That would be an I or an E. Next up, are you intuitive or are you observant? That's an N or an S. Are you more focused on thinking or are you more focused on feeling? T or F. And are you more interested on judging or prospecting? So this is how you get your personality type. Like I am an ENFJ. Extroverted, intuitive, feeling, judging. I think I may have gone from ENFJ to INFJ. And that makes sense. Sometimes in life we feel more introverted. There are times in my life when I was feeling more introverted. Whenever I was in graduate school, I tested as an INTJ. This was me when I was in graduate school. But after I graduated and I started to practice like out in my career and I started to feel more capable and confident and social, I transitioned into an ENFJ personality type. So one of the things that's interesting is you can come back at different points in your life and take this test and just see what changes, or see if nothing changes. What I would like to do is have a friend of every category. I want to collect them all. I want a friend from each personality type. There are some personality types where I've never run into them. I've never seen them in the wild. Yep, gotta catch them all. I want a friend of every personality type, and then I want to assemble them into a council. Just took the test. INFP. Mediator. Who's an INTJ? Where are my INTJs at? Another question for you. How many INFPs grew up with narcissistic parents? It would make sense that you would grow up to be a mediator if you had to be the one who was doing the emotional heavy lifting in your family from a young age. But hey, look at it this way. You took that and you grew up into a kind, altruistic, helpful person. And that's good. We cherish that. As much as growing up with a narcissistic parent sucks, at least it helps to shape you into a decent person. You know what I mean? I thought you would be an ENFJ. That's me. This is what I test at now. I've tested recently, and I've tested a few times in my life. And I test as an ENFJ. I just got extrovert. I've always been introvert. That's so interesting. You know? Maybe you're more of an extrovert than you think you are. ENTJ-A. The A and the T have to do with... Let me show you. Assertiveness and turbulence. This has to do with how confident and assured you are in yourself. So if you got the A, then you're more confident in your identity. Whereas if you got the T, a little more turbulent. ENTJ. You both just got ENTJ? Nice. Commanders. Bold, imaginative, strong-willed, always finding a way. Just saying hi, cuties. Hi, cuties. Oh my god, girl 1. We were talking nice things about you earlier, and now you're here. You have been summoned. We were talking about how people are resentful of your positivity because they're jealous. We were talking about people are jealous of your positivity because they can't experience it themselves, and so they assume that yours must not be real. Love is real. Chat. You know, I try not to get angry at the doubters or the haters. I just feel sorry for them. I just hope that they find a better way sometime. Quadro got ISTJ. Logistician. Practical and fact-minded, whose reliability cannot be doubted. Hey, Quadro, I'm looking for a new moderator. We got a spot open. If anybody else takes the test and gets a score, I want to see what you got. I'm curious. We haven't had any explorers yet, and you know why that is? It's because they're not watching Twitch. They're out exploring. They're out on an adventure. I haven't really met anybody from this category, and I think it's because they're out mountain biking. My brother's an ESTP, an entrepreneur. Okay. We got one. I always get INTP. An innovative inventor with an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. INFJ. Advocate. You need to do it, but you need to lurk right now. You know what? Take your time. It's a fun thing to think about. It's a good way to like look at your personality in a different way. INTP is what I wish I would get, but I get the villain to every story. What, INTJ? There's nothing. INTJ isn't the villains. This is just the person with the plan. You're just the mastermind. That doesn't mean it's bad. I test as INTJ when I was in school. I tested as an INTJ. My question earlier was stupid. I apologize. I didn't think it was stupid. Also, you're new here, so you don't know the rule. No apologies accepted. You don't have to apologize. No need to apologize. In fact, when you apologize, you get bonked. Okay, see, so there are some bad guys on this list. there are some, to be fair, there are some bad guys on this list. You know, Elon Musk, Colin Powell, Walter White. But you got Gandalf. Gandalf's a good guy. He's the man with the plan. The thing about personality type is that you can manifest it as either a good person or a bad person. These personality types aren't good or bad inherently. It's how you manifest those traits. You got Katniss. We need you to start the revolution, GNG. The revolution starts with you. I kind of dislike these types of personality tests a lot. Everyone's on a scale. Well, that's why we're not using them as a metric to, like, give people medicine. We're not using them as a metric for, like, psychiatric treatment. It's just a conversation starter, it's a thought exercise, and it doesn't have to be hard science in order to be fun. So that being said, what's your personality type? Like, you're gonna have a hard time objectifying and quantifying the human mind, but there are things out there that can, you know, you can at least have some fun in self-exploration. I got 99 on the introvert scale, and you're not even a lurker. I would assume somebody who got 99 introvert would be a lurker. I got INFP. Mediator. We're probably going to have a lot of mediators here. We're probably going to have a lot of mediators, a lot of advocates. You know, this type of community has a lot of, like, emotionally aware, empathetic, caring people. I got ISFP. Oh my god, we found one. We found one. We got one. Flexible, charming, always ready to explore and experience something new. We got one. We've almost got a bingo. We've almost got a bingo. If we get a defender, we've got a bingo. We've got a logician, we've got mediators, and we've got an adventurer. So if we get a defender, we get a bingo. What are we doing to get a bingo? We'll have a party. And you know what? I get it. If you don't like this type of test, that's fine, but it's fun. It's okay to have fun. It's okay to do stuff that's not so serious, that's not such hard science. It gets a conversation going, and it's fun, and it's lighthearted, and sometimes we need that, you know? It's fun, but I feel like people take these things too seriously sometimes. Would it be fair to say that you take how they take things too seriously? Would you say that how other people treat things, you're taking that too seriously? Or like maybe we just don't need to worry about it? Like, people just want to feel seen and validated and heard and understood, you know? Like, we're all just lost and confused and trying to figure life out, all right? So let's have our fun. That's fine. If you want to believe in ghosts, if you want to believe in horoscopes, if you want to believe in personality types, go for it. It's not hurting anybody. You don't want to be the person standing behind other people yelling at them to stop having fun. If we can pull a defender, we've got a bingo. INFP, another mediator. We've probably got more mediators than anything else in here. You know what? If we get a bingo, you get a free pass on the next exam. Okay? If we get a bingo, everybody passes the next exam. You don't have to take the next exam. Everybody gets 100. If everyone is a mediator, there is no one left to be mediated. And that's when I have this to say. Where's the link? I got you. The test takes, 5 to 15 minutes, depending on how much. But what I would say is, if you're going to take this test, just try to not overthink the questions. Just go with your gut. Let's see if we got more questions. Nope. Nope, we're all caught up. We're all caught up on the questions. So what do we do now? What do we talk about? We'll probably get ready to wind down for the day. That's probably what we're gonna do. We're gonna wind it down. Because I'm gonna be back tomorrow, and we'll have more to talk about. They got advocate. It's a good one. Yeah, I've updated my stream schedule. I'm now going to stream Tuesday through Sunday. I'm just going to take one day off. I'm going to take Monday off. So my question for you is, if you took a personality test and you saw your results, it's like, how do you feel about them? Like, do you relate to it? Do you agree with it? Do you think it's accurate? I just think it's an interesting insight into who you are. And I would say that this even goes beyond something like horoscopes as far as determining your personality type. Not that I don't fully identify with being a Leo. I feel like being a Leo actually really my horoscope actually overlaps with my identity type. I would say that this personality type is very Leo coded. Ow. Hi, baby. She's a cuddle kitty. She loves to cuddle. She loves to sit in your lap. She loves to be held. She's a cuddler. Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, John Cusack. John Cusack's pretty based, actually. I'll take it. John Cusack's based as hell. Have you seen his Twitter feed? John Cusack's been pro-Palestine for a long time. Like, John Cusack's based. I'll take it. Ben Affleck. Malala. Oh yeah. J-Law, Sean Connery, Maya Angelou, Daenerys Targaryen, Morpheus. How long are streams typically? You know, typically I only go for about 5 hours. So I went a little long today because we were just having a good time. Normally I start around 1 p.m. Central and then I go until about 6. Sometimes I go until 7. It just depends. It depends on how many questions we have that day. It depends on what we're talking about. Oh, we got some more questions. All right. Let's take these questions and then I'm gonna hop off. Let's take these questions and then I'm gonna hop off because I'm gonna go finish dinner. Personality test made me think about this. But I have 2 separate bachelor's degrees in different fields. Went back for a second one. Don't recommend that, by the way. Just get a master's instead. I don't know that I even like my degrees and am interested in going back to school if needed. I'm also okay just getting another job. I feel really unfulfilled at my job, and I know that I'm capable of so much more. My interests are sort of all over the place, though, and I don't know what I'm passionate about. Thoughts or advice? I would say the only person that can really figure that out is you, but be open to mentorship. Be open to talking to people, asking them questions, you know, just seeing what they would have to say and take their advice into consideration. Just try new things. But also be willing to like dig deep and look back and be like, what are some things I've always wanted to do? What are some things that I've always wanted to learn how to do? Not just career-wise, but like hobbies and skills and talents. You know what I mean? Sometimes passion is something that has to grow as well. You know, sometimes we start off because we're interested, and it's not really until we actually allow that interest to grow and develop into a deeper understanding and appreciation that it can become a passion. You know what I mean? Like when you're learning how to play chords, you might not be that passionate about playing guitar, but once you actually start to feel confident in your ability to play the instrument, that's when you start feeling passionate about it. You know what I mean? So don't feel bad because you don't feel passion at this moment. Sometimes passion must grow. So don't despair. Just keep searching. Take the time you need to figure it out. "15 got INFJ. Advocate. Advocate. See? Lots of advocates, lots of mediators. Traits are spot on. See? See? You got INFP. Another mediator. See? Lots of mediators, lots of advocates. And that makes sense. We're in a mental health community. We're in a mental health stream. A lot of, you know, people who are eager to help, people who are emotionally aware. Good group of people. I always get INFP. Yeah, I would say that mediator is very McSqueezy coded. I'm new here. My friend recommended me to your channel because I'm struggling. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. You kind of caught us at the tail end, though. We're kind of at the point of wrapping up, but I will be back tomorrow. I have got a couple more questions in the box that I was going to get to. But you're welcome to hang out. You're also welcome to check us out in the Discord if you want to talk a little bit, or if you want to, you know, like on the Discord here. Let me take a moment to plug the Discord. You know, we like to post these grandma gifs. Yeah, this is what we do in the Discord. We post the grandma gifs. But we also have a great channel here at Peer Support. We have the Peer Support channel where you can go and you can vent. You can go and you can vent, or you can talk with people. So it's a good spot. It's a nice supportive community outside of when we're streaming. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling right now. Hopefully we can help you out a little bit. I just took it and I got the campaigner. Oh my god. We have a bingo. We got a bingo. We got advocate, mediator, protagonist, campaigner. We got a bingo. Then we're all diplomats. Enthusiastic, creative, sociable, free spirits who can always find a reason to smile. I would agree. I would agree with that. That sounds so positive. You know what? Maybe you can learn something from that. See, and I feel like this is something else that you can take away from a personality test, is that it also helps you to feel more confident and assured about your traits. You know, it describes you in a positive way. It's supposed to be uplifting and encouraging. It allows you an opportunity to kind of celebrate that which makes you special. I've always struggled with believing people when they say they care about me. I know it's generally because my observation is that people say one thing and then do something else. However, now I just treat everyone with sort of a blanket suspicion. Even when people have been consistent for years, I still think they're going to change their mind. Let's talk about this. One of the things that's important to take a look at is how when we find ourselves distrustful or suspicious of everyone, what does that truly mean? What that means is that we are distrustful of ourselves. We don't trust our ability to make good judgments about people's characters, and so we have to be suspicious because we don't know. And so it's not that everyone is deserving of suspicion, it's just that we treat everyone with suspicion. Focus on trusting yourself first, and then it will become easier to trust others. Generally speaking, people will tend to say one thing and then do another thing, because when people speak, they're basing it on their intentions. They're basing it on their hopes. And so this doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad person. That just means that they might not have a full understanding of what their capabilities are, or how they are driven by their emotions. I would just say this. You don't have to trust people 100%. Just find people that you can trust enough to start building a relationship with. Because sometimes a hypocrite is just a person who is in the process of changing. It's not comfortable to treat people with a baseline level of suspicion, and this is kind of what anxiety will have us do. And so we don't need to lead with anxiety when we go into our relationships, you know? BPD has destroyed my life. But can we rebuild? But can we rebuild? If there's one thing that humans are really good at, BPD or not, one of the things that people are really good at is getting back up after they've fallen down. We actually have a lot of people in this community who have BPD, and so we talk about it pretty regularly, and we practice strategies that can help you to deal with it. And so if it's something that you're dealing with, if it's something that you're struggling with, you're in good company. Take Cutie Cheeks, for example. Cutie Cheeks has BPD, but Cutie Cheeks is one of the most emotionally aware and well-rounded people I know. Cutie Cheeks, my top moderator. BPD versus Cutie Cheeks? BPD never stood a chance. The thing about BPD is that it's super treatable. As frustrating and as difficult and as stressful as it can be, it is treatable. And there are things that you can do to really regain a sense of control, to not feel so overwhelmed all the time, and to feel those types of connections that you are looking for. And one thing to remember is that group therapy, being able to talk with other people who are also living with the condition, is extremely important in achieving a positive outcome. I want to say that group therapy is actually a part of the DBT regimen. I feel like the description of BPD is well fleshed out, but the name and label is misleading and unclear. Absolutely. And then people will also use it as like an insult, or people will use it to like label people or stigmatize people. I've only been here a couple days, but this community is so great. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for all of you, there would be no community. If it weren't for all of you, I would just be sitting here talking to my cat. So give yourselves a pat on the back. The truth is that most people with BPD get better over time, even without treatment. That's true. That is true. BPD is something that most people, it does get easier because you learn how to cope with it. But with treatment or with support, it can be much easier to deal with it. It can be much easier to process those feelings. Got a very good prognosis, a very good outcome for treatment. Tomorrow, if we want to do a presentation, we can we can go back through the BPD presentation, or we could talk about BPD. Love talking about BPD. I think my BPD presentation needs tuning, though, if I'm being honest. It's one of my older presentations. It's one that needs a little bit of a tune-up. It had those quotes in the beginning. Yeah, it had some quotes with people who have BPD. Because there are like celebrities and famous people who also have BPD, and they have described their feelings and their experiences living with the condition. One of the easiest ways for me to describe BPD is when you love hard. And when you hurt hard. That is BPD, simplified. your emotional knob that normally goes from 1 to 10 is stuck on 11. With that being said, very treatable. Very treatable. The splitting, yep, that black and white thinking. I've experienced it firsthand in working with people with BPD. Like, I am their best friend one day. They're just singing my praises. They're just so nice to me. And then next thing, I am the worst thing that has ever happened to them in their life. And so what I've found to be helpful is when you encounter those moments, to just give them space, give them time to cool off, give them time to level back out, and then talk about it afterwards. Just let them work through it. You know what I mean? Like, whenever I did therapy with people with BPD, like, I'd get a phone, they'd call me and they'd leave me a message, and they're just ranting for 4 minutes. And then I would see them for their next session, and they'd be like, did you hear that message I left you? And I was like, no, I actually didn't listen to it. I mean, I heard it, but you sounded like you were pretty upset, so I figured I would just wait until I saw you to talk about it. And a lot of times they're like relieved that I didn't listen to it. And it's because I don't want to judge them based on who they present themselves as when they're angry. Because sometimes you'll see that in people with BPD, is when they find themselves feeling overly stimulated, they find themselves feeling overwhelmed, they lash out. And they sabotage their relationships as a way of harming themselves. I think what really helps is just engaging and communicating with people who understand what BPD is, so that you don't feel so alone in it and that you don't feel so misunderstood. That's such a huge part of, getting through it and building yourself back up. Sitting in discomfort and working on distress tolerance is so hard. Breath work. Breath work. You can breathe through anything. When you take big, deep, relaxing breaths, it activates your parasympathetic nervous system, which triggers your rest mode in your body, and it helps you to relax. And so it can help you get through those moments where you feel overwhelmed. You just gotta ride it out. Just like a storm. You gotta just wait until the storm is past. You've been doing a lot of somatic exercises to regulate. Based. That's an awesome way to work on it. The core goals of DBT, the things you want to work on if you're trying to work through BPD. And I feel like I'll talk about this more tomorrow, because I really do need to start heading out. Mindfulness, distress tolerance, interpersonal effectiveness, and emotional regulation. Those are things we could all work on. Those are things we could all use some practice with. I think DBT would help me. DBT could help anybody. That's the thing about DBT, is that it's badass. Marshall Linehan's a genius. Alright, everybody. I'm done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. 1 p.m. Central. So have a great night. Go do something fun. Take good care of yourselves. Be kind to yourself. And we'll see you next time. We'll see you next time. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much for all those gifted subs. We passed our sub goal. Let's go. We're at 207. All right, everybody. Have a great night. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Song sucks. This is better. Alright, later, gamers. Go say hi to Casey for me. She's doing some sort of ritual. I'm not sure what's going on there. She's doing some sort of ritual. I don't know. Go check it out. Alright, love you. Bye.